All right, hello. Welcome. SQL Dev DBA here, and today is going to be sort of the English version of a stream I did about a week ago or so. Basically, the premise of that stream was to answer a question on Reddit that I get quite a lot, or not necessarily that I get. Sometimes I get it here in chat, sometimes I get it out in the real world, and I see it come up on Reddit a lot. And that question is, how do I get started on a portfolio? So today's Sunday, and Silverstone is on. Silverstone is on like in 30 minutes. So if you are out there, if you happen to be in chat and know what's going on, please don't tell me. I'm pretty excited to see George Russell and Lewis Hamilton on the front row, and Lando Norris as well in the second row. That's pretty cool. I think they said something about it being the first time since 1968 that three Brits were in the front, or in the top three starting, so that's going to be pretty cool to see. I'm going to watch it with my wife later today, because we have F1 TV, so we just watch those after they happen, and we try to stay off all social media until then, which is very difficult. I'm sure you can relate, just so we don't know who wins. Anyway, again, the question I'm trying to answer today is, how do I get started on a data analysis portfolio, or a portfolio for a data analyst? And the last time I answered this, I broke it down into about 5 steps. And these 5 steps, I think, are pretty much the core steps you can take. Of course, there's expansion off of that, and you can keep building off of these 5 steps, but I think these 5 steps are the essential ones, the core, what you need to get to hit the ground running, that type of result. And so let's talk about those 5 steps. Let's talk about how to implement those 5 steps, and then I'm actually going to try to implement them here in real time. I was celebrating yesterday because my new OBS setup was working really, really well. I had a room camera kind of off that way, and it was kind of showing the entire room. Today I came in and it's not looking so great. The room camera won't connect. My pedal camera is being weird, and so I'm hoping that this sticks. I try to simplify as much as possible, so you're not going to see a lot of the overlay stuff that you normally see in the live view when we hit PowerBI and our browser and such. But hopefully that cuts down on resources and we can just have a good stream. Stream's going to be about an hour and a half to 2 hours long. I'm going to try to keep it under 2 hours, because that seems to be when my computer decides to completely crash on me like it did yesterday. So we're going to go ahead and get started talking about the 5 steps as soon as I play a round of Geoguessr, just to get my brain going. So I'm going to play a round of Geoguessr. It should be about 5 to 10 minutes. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you're welcome. You have chapters, and you can just skip ahead to when I actually start the 5 steps. But for now, I'm just going to get my mind going. Let's see if I can switch over here and turn on some Geoguessr. Okay, so I am currently in level 34. It's asking me to choose a new map, so I'm going to choose Film Studios, because I know all about those. I don't. Let's go to Waterfalls. Legend has it that gold is hidden in its waters, a tale reflecting the fall's hues on sunny days. I chose the wrong topic, it seems, because I have no idea where I am. Gold hidden in its waters. I wonder if this is like California somehow, because of the whole gold rush thing. I can't see anything that would allude to what country I'm in, except for there's mountains. Something's telling me South America, so I'm just gonna go somewhere around. I have no idea where I am. No idea. This is gonna be a terrible guess. Yep. Terrible guess. You could argue that there's nothing between Venezuela and Iceland. So I got the next country over. That's justifiable for me. Let's do libraries. All right, this is a library. Okay, so we're driving on the right side. I see a VW up exclamation point. So that tells me we're in Europe. Are we in English? No, all of our signs are in non-English. I believe this is Germany. This is German. Or Austria. Germany, I want to say Germany. This looks like a Germany. All right, so we're gonna go with somewhere in Germany. I could have sworn I saw a name of a city, and I see the street names, but I have no idea where that is. So let's go to just a popular city in Germany. We'll do Berlin, even though this doesn't really look like Berlin. We'll try that. That's the name of the city I saw. Leipzig. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I apologize to any German viewers or viewers in Germany. I think Akasi's in Germany, so I apologize to Akasi, or apologies. Okay, so here we have driving on the left, and that's a London. Is that a UK bus? Over 150 famous people can be found in this iconic museum. I want to say this is Madame Tussauds in London. I don't know where it is. Yes, it is Madame Tussauds in London. Okay, so we'll go to London. And, we'll find the Madame Tussauds Museum, because that's something that's, I'm sure, is common there. Here's the Sherlock Holmes Museum and the Natural History Museum. Can we find Madame Tussauds M&M store? It's got to be somewhere around that. Royal Academy, Imperial War. I'm gonna put it next to the M&M store, which I now lost. We'll put it somewhere around here while we browse around. So let's browse around and see if we can find Madame Tussauds. Harrods. National Army Museum. That's definitely not it. Yes, I know. I'm going. Perfect. Sure. 1.6 kilometers. I will take that. No problem. And let's do towers. I like towers. I'm not good at towers, but I like towers. I have no idea where I am, and I don't know which tower I'm looking at. This is giving me Chicago vibes for some reason. I don't know why. On Wacker. Yeah. Isn't Wacker a street in Chicago? I want to say it is. I wonder if there's like a sign that says Chicago Park somewhere. I remember Chicago Park was like an app. But Wacker is totally a Chicago street. Let's go to Chicago. I might be looking at the Willis Tower and not even know it. But that looks more like the Salesforce Tower, I want to say. That's Cincinnati. So we're in the wrong place. There we go. Chicago. We'll go Lincoln Park, Wrigley Field. I think that's too far up. I want to say it's somewhere near the Chicago River. Or is that the Chicago River? I don't know what that river is called. I apologize to folks from Chicago too. We'll go somewhere around here. Chicago Theater area. There's Wacker. There's Wacker right there. Okay, so we'll go to Wacker Drive and just guess. Oh, let's guess. There we go. Sweet. 1.4 kilometers. I'll take that one. And we'll go to beaches to wrap it up. We are in Europe or Brazil. That would say E, and that would not say stop. So it's not Brazil. We're in Europe. We're in an English-speaking country in Europe, it seems. La Marineja is what this is showing. So could be Spain, or at least like a English sort of speaking part of Spain. They're driving on the right, so it's not the UK. Ooh, that's a tough one. There's lots. This could be like one. What's that one? Mallorca. It could be Mallorca. Ibiza. I have no idea where Mallorca is. Zero idea. We'll just go ahead and pick something in Spain, because if not, we're gonna get terrible score. Wow, that was terrible. Where am I? What is this off of Sicily? Or sorry, off of Italy? Wow. I am terrible at this. This is totally Italy. Oh no, Sicily's down here, I want to say. I'm terrible at geography, if you can tell. So, we are done. Let's head back over. I'll go ahead and close this guy. Alright, so let's head back over to our topic at hand. It's 5 easy steps to build your first data analysis project for your portfolio. And why would you want a portfolio? Let's talk about that very, very quickly. Why would you want a portfolio? Well, you want to be able to demonstrate to hiring managers like myself that you're capable and you have experience. And really, this is the best way to build experience. You know, a lot of folks are looking for 1 to 2 years of experience, or 1 year of experience, and a lot of new people to data analysis, recent graduates, they're really not sure how to get that experience. And in my opinion, the experience does not have to be with an employer in a professional capacity. If you tell me, hey, I've been building side projects or portfolio projects on my own for 2 years, to me, that qualifies as at least, let's say, we'll divide it in half and say that qualifies as about 1 year of experience. If you can show me that you've done that work and I can see it, I can see the code behind it, maybe, or I can see the results of that work, that's valid for me. I'm okay with that. And so I think one of the issues is that, you know, a lot of folks just put stuff on GitHub, and don't get me wrong, I think that's a great approach. It's better than not doing anything. But as a hiring manager, I will be completely honest with you. I don't have time to go browse your GitHub. I really don't. And I don't want to read your SQL. I barely want to read my own SQL. I don't want to read any code. I don't want to read your stored procedures. I don't want to read create scripts and tables structures, and it's not how I want to get to know you. I want to get to know you by what your work results in. What results do your work drive? And in the data space, I believe, and I'd be very interested in the comments or in chat if you're here to know what you think about this, but I believe really the only way to showcase the fruits of your labor, let's say, is through reports, and dashboards to showcase it in an easy way, in a way that's appealing to me. Because again, I don't want to look through your code. I'm not interested unless I see something that's like, wow, that's really, really cool, and you pointed it out to me. I'm not going to scan 10 stored procedures, 6,000 lines of code to see if I find something interesting. But what I will do is I will browse a report or dashboard. I will look at a metric and wonder how you did it and possibly ask you. And it drives conversation as well. So let's get into the steps first. I'm going to outline all the steps for you, and then we'll do the steps one by one. I'm hoping I can just knock them all out during the stream. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible because again, we do have a time limit that's being imposed by my computer apparently. So let's get started. Step one. I need you to think of a topic that interests you. Not that interests your parents, not that interests your friends, not that interests your coworkers, something that interests you and you are familiar with it. It can be something like movies, music, transportation, finance, stocks, aviation, sports. Sports is a big one as well. Anything that interests you. Why? Because if it interests you, that's enough of a drive for you to keep working on it. And so it motivates you a bit. And also, you probably know enough about that data to know whether or not the report or any metrics that you derive are looking accurate. So you are sort of the subject matter expert already because you know the data well enough to know. Now, the only exception I would have to something that, just interests you. Akasi, how you doing? Great to see you. What did you miss so far? Nothing. Just a terrible round of Geoguessr where I guessed the wrong city in Germany. I had the country. I put Berlin instead of, I think it's Leipzig. I don't know how you pronounce it, but it was Leipzig, and I saw it on the sign and I completely missed it. So, Cassie says, what did I miss? That unfortunately, but we're just getting started. I'm going through the 5 easy steps to build a data analysis project or portfolio, and I'm hoping that this helps out any newcomers to our industry or any students that are recent grads and looking for ways to show their work or build experience to their potential employers. So if you have any feedback so far, if you have any notes or any questions based on the steps that I call out, let me know. I'd happily chat about those. So number one, again, think of a topic that interests you. You're the subject matter expert for that topic, and it's more motivation to keep going on it. Number two, actually, let's talk about number one and the exception to that. The only exception I have to pick a topic that interests you is picking a topic for the employer that you want, right? So if you're looking for a job in the motorsports industry, like I would love to work in a Formula One team, for example, or a motorsports team. If you're looking for that, then choose that topic to build the experience. Akasi says, I will stay around. I have no portfolio because NDAs with employer. Cool. This video is for you. Because you don't need to work with that, right? You can build it completely on your own. All my portfolio is completely separate from my work. I don't use the same methodologies. I don't use the same tools that I use to work. All of this is completely separate. So you might get something out of this. So thanks for sticking around. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, let me know as well. So the only exception to rule one, or to step one, is picking a topic for the industry that you want to work in. If you want to work in music, try a music data set. If you want to work in transportation, try a transportation data set. If you want to work in cheeses, this is a report that I made for the Spanish version of this talk of this stream. And so if you, I basically chose cheeses just to show that regardless of what your interest is, you can probably find a data set and you can probably build a report. So I chose cheeses of the world in Kaggle, and I made a report about it during the stream. So that's something you can do as well. So step 2 is get data from various data sources. There's data.gov. We're going to use kaggle.com today, but there's data.gov. There's statista.com, I think, IBM's Data Exchange, Microsoft's Open Research Exchange. All of those are viable data sources or sources of data, and you can find all sorts of different topics, all sorts of different data. I'm going to leave, if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm going to leave the links in the description below this video, so you can just go to those websites if you would like. Step 3. Well, part of step 2 is make sure, or at least for this video, we're only going to work with CSV data sets. Those are the easiest ones, in my opinion, to download and work with. And then I turn them into either SQL Server data or just push them straight through into Power BI that way. So step 3 is ask ChatGPT for metrics and KPIs or ideas, or BingChat if you prefer. Google's AI, I forget what it's called, Claude, I think, something like that. You can ask any large language model for ideas. What I like to do is say something like, pretend you're an executive, or hey, you are an executive for a company in X industry, whatever the industry is that you pick, and what are certain metrics or KPIs that I can give you that will help you make better decisions or plan your year better, etc. So we'll go through that motion as well. And then this next step is actually a two-parter. Originally, this step was just start building your report in Power BI, because the reality is you can absolutely just go straight from the CSV into Power BI. I've done it plenty of times in my streams where I just take the data and go from CSV straight into a Power BI report and build it that way. But there's an optional step here, and that is uploading your data to a database platform of choice. So if you like SQL Server, you can upload it to SQL Server and use it that way. If you like Oracle, if you like MySQL, Postgres, whichever one. Essentially, all of them are free, I would say, with the exception of Oracle. But even Oracle has Oracle XC, which is a free version, the Express basically equivalent to Oracle. So you can use that if you so desire, but I want to keep everything free. I want to keep everything as simple as possible. So that's the premise today. All right, so the step 4 is divided into 2 parts. Optional is load it into a database platform, but not optional, or not optional if you want to follow these steps, is creating a report in Power BI. The Power BI part, you want to make sure that for the first portion of it, that you keep things simple. Don't focus on the design aspect or the beautification of your report. You want to focus on just getting the metrics up and getting the metrics to be accurate, getting the right visuals, but not necessarily things like the colors, things like the spacing, things like shadows and borders like you see here. What you see here is step 5. Step 5 is the making the report look really visually stunning and beautiful, and even it doesn't really look beautiful. I would say there's a couple things I can do to enhance this, or quite a lot of things I can do to enhance this, but that portion is going to take you like 95% of the time. So it's really, really important to just focus on the metrics. Akasi says metrics first, shiny later. That's perfect. That's I would love to, I'm going to steal that quote. Metrics first, shiny later. I said that, not you, Akasi. That's actually a fantastic way to think about that. Thank you for that. It's really important because 95% of your work or your time is going to be dedicated to a small portion, 5% of what you're actually going to do. So Kasi says sharing is caring. I'll allow it. Thank you. So that's step 5, all right, is making the report look nice. And that really depends on your skill level. It depends on how much research you're willing to do. We're going to do that, and I'll show you a couple of tips that I have to get the report looking nice as well. But again, for the first portion of this, we're really counting on you and your expertise about the data. And you can ask ChatGPT for help on that. We're counting on you and your expertise to know whether the data is correct or not. You can use Excel to do things like check your work, make sure you're quantifying your data correctly, but that is something that you can use. And then there's an optional step, and that's step 6. I know it's 5 steps, but there's an optional step 6, and that step is publishing your report out to the web and putting it in a website or a portfolio. For example, my website or portfolio, if you go to SQLDevDBA.com, you will be met with this page, and then up at the top right, you can click on Power BI Demos. I was able to embed these reports that I've worked on so far, or some of the reports that I've worked on so far. I was able to just embed them here on my website. Now, publishing to the web from Power BI is 100% free. Kasi says that 6th step, I'm interested. #interested. Yeah. So this is something I didn't start doing until very recently, this year basically. But these are reports that are interactive for you. If you go on my website, you can actually play around with the filters. This is one about sim racing, for example. This is one about Formula One teams and their journeys throughout the year. I have a blog post about this one as well in the blog section. I have some data about Puerto Rico when I do my Puerto Rico streams, my data about Puerto Rico as well. Things like airline analysis that lands in the San Juan airport. I have a public school analysis, which shows a directory of the public schools from the Department of Education. Here's one about healthcare facilities as well. And I have a brand new one about theme park wait times. And this actually showcases that I used PowerShell to download data from an API on an automated basis every 10 minutes and then subsequently load it into Power BI. So this tells you at the Magic Kingdom which rides are currently busy, which ones are have horrible wait times, which ones are closed, etc. And then I can even showcase my daughter's report. This is a report that my daughter made that's completely interactive. She made it about Roblox, which is one of her favorite games. I promised to pay her in Robux, which she happily accepted. It took us about an hour to make this report together. I did it on my side and she did it on her side, and I showcased here with her permission. So Akasi said, looking for example portfolios. I found some like that, and it seems quite nice to have and easier to add to your resume. Yes, all you have to do is add a link. You know, you say at the top, you just say portfolio, and then you add a link. And if it's a simple link like this, right? This is SQLDevDBA.com/PowerBI demos. Then I, as a hiring manager, am more willing to click on it, browse around. If you want to record yourself doing it, so be it. That this is 100% optional, right? You don't have to. It could just be filled with reports. And this will allow me to not only get to know your skill set, but also get to know you. And maybe I'll find something in common with you. Maybe we both like Formula One, as you can see here. Maybe we both have kids that like Roblox. Maybe we both are from Puerto Rico. It really depends. But this is a way to showcase not only your skills, but also you as a person and what interests you have. So that's the optional step. But it's really, really easy to do. All you have to do is publish a report to your Power BI workspace and then click on the publish to web. Now, the only caution I have with that is that once you do that, all of the data contained in that data model and the report is public to the internet. As long as someone has this link, they can access the report And technically, if they know how to use the API, they can access the data model behind it. So it's important to do this with a data set that does not contain any company information or any private information for you. I like to make sure that my data sets are very, very general, as you can see. F1 stats, stuff that's publicly available anyway, and that's why I go to Kaggle. Okay, so let's go back and let's do them step by step. Step 1 is think of a topic that interests you. Now, the topic that interests me the most probably is motorsports, F1, GT3 racing, that sort of thing. But I'm not going to do that. I want to kind of explore some stuff. So that's what I'll do today, is explore. We're going to go to Kaggle.com right off the bat. And technically this is step 2, but I wouldn't just browse around and see what sort of data sets I find. Again, I found one about cheese last time. And so that's the one we used. Akasi says, be right back, lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk. Really appreciate you. I'll see you when you get back. Okay, so we are during my last stream, I also found something about coffee, and so I bookmarked that data set just to be able to come back to it. So if we can't find anything truly interesting, we will go ahead and use coffee instead. But let's see if we can browse a little bit. Now, to browse, what I like to do is search for data sets. So we'll search here in the datasets tab on the left, and then we'll make sure that we filter. Let's see if we can add filters. Right here in filters, I want file types CSV. Again, you don't have to do this. I just like working with CSVs because they're a lot simpler. So we have employee attrition, we have data science, jobs, and salaries. This looks interesting. This looks interesting if you want to work, for example, for a recruiting firm. As a data analyst, you can do that. If you're just curious about salaries, you can also do that. Here's the position, company, job title. This is pretty interesting stuff here. So we'll go ahead and bookmark this. How is it that I bookmark it? Right here, bookmark. And we'll keep browsing. Let's make sure we still have our CSV filter. There we go. ICC Men's Top 20 World Cup. I don't know what... Oh, cricket. Cricket, that's an interesting one as well. There's, I think the World Championships were on recently, or are still on. Not really sure. So that's pretty interesting too. Earth and nature, we have an earthquakes data set. That's interesting. A water quality data set. We have law. It really doesn't matter what you're interested in. You can absolutely find that as well. And Streamlabs doing the bot thing, and timing out Pretzel Rocks, which was just trying to tell us what song was playing. So classic Streamlabs. That bot is crazy. I did have one bot ban another bot recently, so hopefully that's not the case, but we'll see. Retail and shopping. Let's say you work retail. I worked retail for about 10 years, so I wouldn't say I'm a subject matter expert in retail, but I have firsthand experience, so that's pretty interesting too. And then we have online communities. India's largest music record label, that's a cool one. Science exclusive media tape, don't know what that is. Global life expectancy as birth. I try to stay away from topics like this because they're a bit sensitive. Same with negative stuff. Korean hate chat data, I really don't want to explore negative data sets, so I try to stay positive. But hey, if you're wanting to work for a social media company or something like that and you want to get information, that's cool. Let's explore retail and shopping a little bit. I'm gonna try not to spend too much time on this. Bike sharing data set, that's a pretty interesting one. Mega market, bike share data, more bike share stuff. I am interested in bike sharing. Netflix stock price, that's an interesting one too. Supermarket shelves, if you want to work for either a store or a supermarket, that sort of thing. Marketing, electronic products, and pricing data. That's interesting too. Helsinki city bikes. There's a lot of bikes data here. let's see. Oh, flower data set. I'm not sure if you're into plants. That's a pretty cool one too. Bookstore inventory, bestsellers and new releases. Lots of bikes data. Let's see if we can find some cool bike data. I want something with a geographical portion to its data set. This doesn't look like it has geolocation data. Weekday, temperature. I don't think this is the one. I'm sure it's good, but it's not easy to determine things. Okay, so here's a ride ID, start station, station name, end station name, start latitude, start longitude. Look at that. Okay, this is just basically rideshare trips. And a type of bike, electric bike. It looks like they're all electric bike, classic bike or other. Ride ID is a GUID, it seems, right? Not an integer. We did a stream yesterday where we basically used a query from ChatGPT and said, hey, can you give me about 10 queries to help me try to guess the schematics of a database? And it gave us the 10 queries, and we were able to, in about an hour or two, something like that, we were able to get the data set, the database schematic. That was a lot of fun. If you haven't watched that video, it's in the VODs for Twitch. It's in my video on demands, and it's going to be on YouTube very, very soon. Probably by the time you see this on YouTube, it'll be there as well. Okay, so I think I like this. We can download all of them, it seems. And this is a really simple data set. As you can see, it doesn't have a lot of columns, but I think, oh wow, 170 columns? That's an interesting one. Okay, maybe it's more than I thought, but let's take a look. I think this is the one we want to download. We're going to use rideshare or Bikeshare data. That's going to be an interesting one. Okay, let's download this and see if it'll give it to us. Okay, it's going to download as an archive, so that's step 2 we're going now, right? We combined sort of step 1 and 2 together. Bike sharing is something that interests me, and we just downloaded the dataset for it. So we're going to go ahead and open up this dataset. Okay, I guess I just downloaded it again, and here we go. I'm going to go ahead and extract this dataset. And here we go. I'm going to rename this data set to Bikeshare data. And today's date, 070, what is it, the 7th today? The 7th, yes, 0707. Okay, so now we have all of these data, all of these files, and we can open each one of them with either Excel or Notepad. Now, let's move on to step 3. Which is actually the ChatGPT side. We're gonna keep this, but we need to open it very, very quickly just so we can do a special trick. So I'm gonna go ahead and open this file with Notepad++. If you don't have Notepad++, it's a free download at notepadpp, I think, .com. Let's see if we can find a link. Notepadpp.com or .net. No, Notepad++. Let's see if we can find the... Oh, Notepad -++. Okay, I'm gonna drop that in the chat. If you're watching this on YouTube, that'll be in the description below as well. You can download this for free. If you prefer to use something like Atom or any other text editor, that's absolutely fine too. Now, why did I open this in Notepad++? Because Excel, in my opinion, corrupts files. We've had this conversation before. I don't trust Excel with CSVs. And so usually I'll make a copy of the file that I'll designate to be opened with Excel and only open those with Excel. Why did I open it before step 3, which is asking ChatGPT? Well, it's because I can tell ChatGPT, hey, I have these specific columns. And without having to remember them or list them out myself, look what's on the top row. let me zoom in a little bit. It's all the columns and their names, write ID, writable type, right, started at, ended at, etc. So we're just going to take this and we're going to go to ChatGPT and ask it. Let's go to BingChat because BingChat is free. I have ChatGPT's premium version, but I usually use BingChat for these demos because it's completely free. And here we're going to say, I have a data set about, oh, let's start over again. We have to remember what we said is we're going to ask it to pretend you're an executive. So I'm actually going to put what I put on Reddit, which is you are an executive for the bike rideshare industry. And here you can change this to be the one you chose instead. I have data about bike share rides, including fields like, and this is where you paste. And then you say, I held shift to go down a few lines, but not submit the actual request. So we'll say, and you can do this on the Mac as well, obviously, right? I have data about ride shares, including fields like the ones I just pasted from the file. What sort of KPIs and metrics can I put into a dashboard to make your job easier and help you, let's say, plan the year and make decisions? And here you can say you are a specific type of executive. You're a finance executive. You're an operations executive. So let's say we're like operations, right? Let's say we want to be in the operations area of this industry. So you're an operations executive. Most of the work that you'll do is for executive leaders, directors, that sort of thing. So just be cognizant of that. That's going to be most of the work you do in the real world or in your real career. And it's going to respond. And notice how it's actually taking the context of the fields that you fed it, and it's going to give you things that it needs. So let's review those really quick. Number of registered users, and it tells you why it needs them. Average rides per user per month, bike availability, average distance traveled per ride, that's a good one too. Peak commuting hour rides percentage, average time to find and unlock a bike. I'm not sure that that's available. It's hallucinating a little bit, I think. We never actually told it how long it takes, so that's probably not going to be one. Average time to find and unlock a bike, we just went through that one. Bikes returned to the designated stations percentage, that's interesting, like returns per station, for example. All right, and then if you're not satisfied with those, you can always tell it, hey, these don't seem to be, these are good, thank you, right? Because we always want to let our robot overlords know we're very thankful. And pleases are good as well, just in case they take over the world. These are good, thank you. Can you give me 10 more? Oh, did I just open a new tab? Yeah, it looks like I did. And it's gone. Super. Chat.bing.com. Let's try that again. And I don't have any sort of history, I think, so. All right, let's try that again. You are, wow. Let's see if I can just copy it. I think you can do it with like recently closed tabs, but hey, why not? Why not try it again? Maybe it'll give us something completely different. Okay, you are an operations. Control-Alt-T, right? Akash said Control-Alt-T. I think I can do that. Let's try it. No, this is Edge, so it's garbage. I mean, no, Edge is great. Edge is great. Sorry. Hi, Microsoft, if you happen to watch this. Edge is fantastic, and I always use it. Always. Actually, I do use Edge a lot, just to be completely transparent. I use Edge primarily because Google Chrome steals so much memory that Edge doesn't do so somehow. Okay, let's try. Akazi says Alt or Shift. So Control Shift tab. Yeah, that just opened. I don't know. It's being all weird. So this is just a chance to see if it gives us a fresh set of questions or metrics. So we'll try that instead. Let's see how that works. Okay, you are an operations executive for a bike share. What is it? Bike ride sharing company. I have a data set with fields with specific fields. It started hallucinating and thinking that I had more data than I did, right? So maybe if I tell it I have these fields, maybe it'll wrap everything around that instead of, telling me how long it took to unlock a bike. So I copied and pasted those fields again, and now I'm gonna say, can you please, I forgot my please the first time, and maybe that's why it didn't give me such good results. Can you please provide some metrics or KPIs that you are looking for as an executive that will help you make decisions, plan your year, and what else? And make your job easier. I think that's it. Looking for, and we'll say I want to build a dashboard for you and your teams. Let's see if that works, if that gives me some different stuff. All right, as an operations executive overseeing a bike ride sharing company, there are several key performance indicators, blah, blah, blah. And it looks like it did okay. This isn't bad. Ride volume and utilization, so total rides and ride utilization rate, ride duration and distance, customer segmentation, that's an interesting one too. Station performance, yes, which stations are working, which ones are, ready to be deprecated. Geospatial insights like heat maps or geographic expansion, that's a good one too. It didn't tell us distance this time, but we still want to keep distance in mind. So we're going to say, is there anything about distance of rides that you'd like to know? Okay, it's even telling us like what sort of visuals to create. Longest and shortest rides, distribution of ride distances. That's a cool one too. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy these results and I'm going to keep them in our handy dandy Notepad++, just in case for some reason it goes away. Or actually, I'm going to keep them in Loop. I don't know if anyone uses Microsoft Loop, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good for planning. It's pretty good for just jotting ideas down. So I'll use that. I'll say BingChat results. So I'll keep them in there. I'll close this guy because I don't need that anymore. I have it all in Loop. And then here about distance. This one I want to copy as well. And let's copy this one. The cool thing is you can actually ask it. You can also ask it, hey, what sort of visuals should I use for each thing? But if you're not sure, what you can do is also go to the Financial Times visual vocabulary in Power BI. And the Financial Times visual vocabulary, I'm going to paste the link in the chat. And again, the link will also be available in the YouTube description if you're watching this on YouTube. But the Financial Times visual vocabulary will allow you to see different topics and the best visuals to use. Now, it's a little old, but I think it's still really good. So if I'm trying to find something about change over time, for example, I just click change over time and it shows me different examples that I can use. And I can go home and say, oh, actually I want ranking. And it'll give me different visuals to use, different ideas that I can use. Scatter plots. This bump chart is pretty cool because it shows kind of where the rankings changed over time. And one more, if I want to do deviation, we're all used to just bell curves, but the reality is there's many ways to show that deviation as well. So magnitude, that's a cool one too. This web chart is pretty awesome. I've used it before, but it's sometimes hard to interpret, so we're going to try to keep it as simple as possible. But that is one of the tools that you can use as well. All right, so we are in step sort of 3. We just wrapped up step 3, which is asking it different topics. Now we're going to move on to step 4, and step 4 is a two-parter. The first part of that is optional. It is optional, but if you want to do some database work, you can always use this step. So that first step is going to be loading files into the database of choice. Your database of choice. That's absolutely fine. You can do whichever one you feel like. My database of choice is Microsoft SQL Server. I've been using it for about 12 years and I'm fairly good at it. I'd like to say I've made a career out of it. So Oracle I've only been using for like 5 or 6 years. Oh no, it's been longer. Oh god, like 10 years. But I prefer not to work with it. It's, in my opinion, it's a bit overly complex for simple projects, but you may be trying to get a job with an Oracle, with a employer that uses Oracle only. And that's good practice. If you just want to vary the different database platforms you use, that's also good practice. So you can feel free to do that. I'm going to stick with SQL Server. And so what I'm going to do is open SQL Server Management Studio, which is what we have here. And I have my files downloaded to my downloads folder, but I'm actually going to take this archive. I could have sworn, okay, there it is, Bikeshare data. I'm going to copy it over to, or cut it over to my data sets. I know I have some data sets somewhere around here, so let me just take that off screen. And we're going to look for some. There we go. Okay, data sets, and let's put that back. And now we have our Bikeshare data from today, and we have all of our files. They're available here. There's even an Excel one. Okay, so there's an Excel version already. Let's open that up and see what it does. I bet you it's all of the CSV files just as tabs. That's pretty cool. If you want to use that to use PowerBI instead, that's absolutely fine. Is that what it did? Nope, I made the mistake of opening this all at once. It doesn't seem like there's multiple, just one big old Excel file. I'm not sure why. So I'm just going to leave this one alone. Maybe we can use this to verify some stuff. That's fine too. But we're going to go ahead and load all of these files. As you can see, these are 2023-04, so April, May, June, July, August, etc. And even up until March. We have rideshare data up until March of 2024. That's pretty cool. Now, number one, you can load these files one by one into SQL Server. We're going to do that with this very first file here. So to do that, I'm going to open up my databases, and you can see I have one here for Airbnb, I have one for data-driven sim racing, one for Datos Puerto Rico, which is where I store all my data sets about Puerto Rico. I have data DBA Tools, which is an administrative database, Formula One. What I want to do is actually just create a database that's bespoke for this. So I'm going to create a new database by right-clicking on databases and going to new database. I'm going to name this data rideshare, or bike rideshare. And there's a couple defaults that I want to change. The file location is absolutely fine with me. That's where I put all of my files, I believe. Yeah, I want to say that's where I put all my files. And And we are going to go straight to the owner. We're going to change the owner to be SA, which is the system administrator. So we'll hit OK there, and now SA owns it. If your databases are owned by humans, humans win the lottery. Humans get other jobs. If your databases are owned by humans, when they win the lottery or get another job, you are going to be left trying to clean that up after their user's been deleted. So just use SA. SA is better. Okay, collation. My database is set up to be case insensitive but accent sensitive, so that's here. Recovery model, I'm going to put that to simple. This data is not moving a lot. I don't need to take minute by minute backups or 10 minutes or recovery or anything like that, so I'm going to set it to simple. And then everything else about this, it's pretty standard. I don't have read committed snapshot isolation on because, again, this database doesn't change very much, so I'm just going to go ahead and create the database. And here it is, bike rideshare. I'm going to right click and refresh the database so it shows up in alphabetical order. And then to import this file, because this database is completely empty, I'm going to right click on it, go to tasks, import data, and we're met with a wizard. And this wizard is going to allow us to choose the file. So here I'm going to choose flat file source. You can do this with Excel, but you have to have certain drivers installed. So I'm going to keep it as simple as possible for this demo. We have our file name that we need to look for. That's in the datasets. Here it is. Or here it's not, even though I'm in the directory. Why? Because I have text file selected by default. I need to switch this to CSV files. So I'll switch it there. All right, great. So now I can choose any of my files. I'm going to start with the earliest file, and these are organized by date, so we can see 2023-04 is right here. I'm going to open that up, and here's where things get interesting. If I go straight to the preview, you'll see that write ID, writable type, started at, ended at, all of those have the data correct. However, there could be specific cases in which there are commas in the station names, and that will throw things off. So what you want to do is go to columns and to general, and you want to make sure that you have a text qualifier set to quote. The CSV file will automatically wrap anything that has a delimiter in it, such as a comma, in quotes. So now when you look at it, you might see the data that you previously saw as incorrect or like kind of slid over. You'll see it as being correct. So if you happen to be looking at a file and the preview looks like columns are shifting, just hop over here to the general area and put the text qualifier to be double quotes, and it usually fixes that issue. So these columns here, they look good to me. If you have a column delimiter, or column delimiter like a pipe, I like to use pipes for my CSVs, or you have something like a tilde, this is where you can manage it right here. Tab delimited files are pretty popular. Okay, so these columns here, there's two things that I want to change about them right off the bat. Number one, I want to remove these quotes. I'm either going to have to do it now, or I'm going to have to do it once the data is loaded. So what I'll do is do it now. Let's do that, hopefully very quickly. I wish there was an easier way to do this other than doing it to the file. Technically, you can do this at the file level instead, and that's not a bad idea. So this is normally where ETL processes would take over and automate this sort of step, but we're again sticking to the very basics. If you want to show off your ETL skills, you can do that. Akasi says, I need to go. We'll check my VOD later. See you next time. Thanks so much for hanging out, Akasi. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'm sure there's not a lot left to it, but I hope you enjoy that time with your family. It's super important. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I will see you next time. All right, so we're going to remove these rest of these quotes here. And again, this is where your ETL skills can come in handy if you have those. If you don't, then just follow these steps. Yes, it takes a little bit. This part's not as beautiful or wonderful or, perfect, but it is a necessary step. And then the second thing I want to do here is I want to click on the first column, hold shift, and click on the last column. Then I'm going to change the output column width for everything to about 500, maybe even 1000. Why? Because this is an ingestion table. It'll let all the values through without failing. That's super important because otherwise you're going to get errors. If you just try to do it, go ahead if you want to. Pause here and try to do it yourself. You'll probably end up with errors. And so I like to steer clear of those. I like to let my mistakes be kind of caution for you and just go ahead and ingest it. You can always take care of the real data types once the data's in the system. And I'll show you why that's a good thing to do regardless when we import the rest of these files. So I'm going to hit next. And I guess it's going to scan the file a little bit. There we go. It's going to ask me where my destination is. I'm going to say Microsoft OLED provider for SQL Server. You might have like a SQL Client 11. That's fine to use as well. That's deprecated. Not sure if you knew that. I didn't until like less than a year ago. But that SQL Client 11 or whatever it is you use is deprecated. Even Microsoft has switched to OLED provider for SQL Server. So the server is this one right here. We are good to go there. We need to use SQL Server authentication because I'm on a remote machine. I'm not on the server itself. The server is in my office, which is back that way. Okay, so we are going to open up my password manager to get my password. And it is, let's see if I can find it. I think it's this one. That's not the one. Here it is. All right, I think I got it. We were just making sure the login failure was working really well. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the table to be called 2023-04 Divi trip data, etc. That's absolutely fine. I'm gonna preview it just to make sure it looks good as well. Looks good to me. Good. And we're gonna hit next, and we're gonna see if it works. There it is, loading all the data. That's a lot of data. That's a lot of data. I think maximum I would load like 2 or 3 months. It's still a lot of data. Yeah, maximum I would load 2 or 3 months for this exercise just because the reality is I don't need this much. It's really just not necessary. Wow, that's so much data. That's a lot of ride shares. This is a very successful bike ride share company, apparently. Wow. That's one file. That's a lot. Okay, while this is running, let's go to kind of search for the alternate method to this, which will still get you the same result, but maybe a little bit faster. I'm going to head over to a website called dbatools.io. Now, DBA Tools is a free PowerShell module. I'm going to drop the link here, and if you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description below. I'm going to drop the link here, and we're going to head into the commands area. Now, the download and get started section, that shows you how to install it. It's just basically a PowerShell module. If you go to commands, there's a special command called import DBA CSV. Import DBA CSV, and basically this lets you import all the files in a particular folder instead. So if I want to do an import DBA CSV, let's see, import DBA CSV, this is a specific file. There's one that says in a specific file, imports every CSV in a file path into this. This is the one we want. And it shows the database as well. Yeah, this is the one that we want to import. Okay, so this get child item will get all the items in the path, and for each one it'll import everything. It'll import all the data. So let's check how our data went. And this is 426,000 rows. It took let's say about a minute, right? So we're gonna pop open PowerShell and use that instead. So we'll pop open PowerShell ISE. This comes free with Windows, even Windows Home. So that's always something you can do. I'm gonna open a prior file because I think I have quite a few. Okay, here's one where I have import multiple files. And here I have one that I've already used, right? So I'm going to copy this file and or this command and just use that instead and fill in the blanks. So this here is, I want to give it the file path, which I will do so right here. Here are all my files, and it does not need a slash at the end, so that's good. All right. So the SQL instance is 10.0.0.19. And this is the SQL instance again, 10.0.0.19. The database is going to be Bikeshare. So let's just fill in all the blanks here. These are all the files. This is the SQL instance, this is the database, the credentials are SQL Dev DBA, and the delimiter is not tab, it's a comma. So we'll actually just remove this altogether, and that should be good. The delimiter only needs to be specified when it's different than a comma. So comma is the default. Okay, so I think we are ready to go here. What I'm going to do is just make sure everything looks good. Auto create table would be okay, except for the fact that we already created this table here, right? So what we want to do is just make sure this one actually, I do not want this file to be imported. So we're actually going to leave this out. We're going to take this guy out of here for a little bit. We only want CSV files in this directory. So this table here has already been created in SQL Server. If I right click and refresh these tables, you'll see that I already have one. So what I'm going to do is just say this was wizard, imported by the wizard, and I'm going to let DBA tools import it one more time just in case. All right, so we are ready to roll. Let's see if this works. I'm just going to highlight the whole thing, or the command I want to run, and I'll click this one, which is run selection, and let's see how it works. Okay, first it's going to ask me for my password, so I'm going to go ahead and enter that. Then I'll click OK, and certificate chain was issued by an authority that is not trusted. I think I can say trust. I think I can say something like a command like trust certificate authorization. I don't remember what it is. The certificate chain was issued by an authority that is not trusted. I can't remember what that error is, and I don't want to waste your time figuring that one out. But I think it's like something like a trusted certificate command or something like that. Let's see if we can pop over to the website and see what's going on. Commands, certificate. That's not found, so hopefully they fixed that. There's the docs. I'm not gonna certificate. Okay, lots of certificate findings here, but it looks like that's not going to work for us. I don't want to waste your time while I fix this error. I'm sure it's like a trusted authority or something. Authentication. I can't remember the command. Anyway, this would have been extremely quick. As you can see, it moved on to the next files very, very quickly. So this will usually create your data really, really quick. but something here is just not helping us. Something here is just not working. So I wish I could solve this. If I think about it, I'll do so. But what we're going to do is we're just going to use the wizard to do one more table, and then we'll have at least 2 months of data. So we can see data month by month. So let's try that. I'm going to right click on Bikeshare again. We are going to click on import data, and then we'll go through the wizard one more time. We will click on flat file source. The source will be the same one we've used. We're going to click on CSV to open up all the CSVs, and we'll just click on the very next one. We'll hit open. We'll hit columns. Actually, we go back to general, hit our text qualifier to be quote. Go to advanced. Make sure all of these are 1000. And we will change the names of the columns as well to have no quotes. Man, DBA tools added again. Just messing with me, it seems. Okay. I think I deleted too much from that last column, right? End station name, not NAM. Start lat, that's okay. Start long, and I removed that S, that's not good. So we'll have at least 2 files, that's okay. 2 files is going to be enough. I wish I had all of them just because I want to see what it looks like through the end of the year. But just remember, you can always add more files to your Power BI report. Just because you start with 2, just like we are, doesn't mean that's what you have to stay with. It's going to allow you to add more data all the time without any issue. All right, for our destination, we're going to use SQL Server. We're going to use SQL Server authentication. And I will use SQL Dev DBA as my username, and the password is there. And here's 2023-05. I'm going to hit next and finish. And now it's loading a little bit quicker. That's good. Let's see if we can go back here. Certificate chain was issued by an authority that is not trusted. I want to say it was something like log into the server with the certificate already done. I can't remember. Trusted certificate. Maybe that's the command. I'm sure I could just Google this really quick too. Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can do like PowerShell. Like do a quick BingChat. PowerShell DBA tools, and then we paste that error. You must have installed in the version DBA tools that is higher. That doesn't seem... I want to say I ran into this already. Trust server certificate. How about this? What about this? Does that work? Trust server certificate. I almost got it. Trust server certificate. I'm going to go ahead and save this because it's probably the command I need. Okay, so if I want to do that, that means I have to make sure that this is no longer running. Yeah, I would have to make sure that this is no longer running first, and then change the name of the table. So we're going to give it one more try. If that works, fantastic. We have, you know, a year's worth of data. If not, then we still have 2 months, and that's okay. And again, this is an optional step, so I apologize if you're watching this just to try to jump to the Power BI version, but this is an optional, but for some folks it is a necessary step if they want to demonstrate their SQL Server or database capabilities. So I'm going to right click and refresh my tables here. I'm going to rename this one to Wizard as well, because it's the one that we use for the wizard. I'm going to say yes to renaming, and let's go back to PowerShell, see if this works. If it doesn't, we'll just move on. Trust server certificate is, oh, that's Maybe we don't need that. Let's try that one more time. We'll paste our password. A parameter cannot be found that matches parameter name trust server certificate. So if we go back here, that has to be done as far as the server goes. Here I go doing stuff that I don't need to. Server name. We'll rename this variable to server name, and then we'll say the server is this. And what else did it say? No, this is not necessary. Okay. This isn't inside DBA tools. This is just PowerShell here. So we're just gonna ignore it. If I happen to fix this, I will put it in the comments below if you're watching this on YouTube. Otherwise, you can feel free to ignore this completely, especially if you are not super familiar with DBA tools. It has a lot of quirks. It's fantastic, and I absolutely love DBA tools, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it has quirks like this, which makes it so that I spend more time trying to fix these quirks than I would actually getting stuff done. So I'm going to ignore it for now and close it just so I don't tempt myself to go back in. And we're going to remove the word wizard from here. We'll also remove the word wizard from here. Now here I have one more thing that I can do, right? I can say, you know what, I'm going to make, and this is what I usually do for my Power BI stuff. What I usually say is I'm not going to put these in as two different data sources. What I'm actually going to do is put these in as a view. For Power BI, when I'm serving the data up, I'm going to actually make these a view. I don't want Power BI to have access to the data directly, so we will do that instead. We'll use a view instead. Now, one of the things I want to do is make sure that I select everything. So I'm going to select everything from this table. Here it is selecting however many rows. And that's going to take a while, I'm sure. So here I want to, okay, so 10 seconds, that's not too bad. What I want to do really quick is identify if I have a candidate for a primary key. So I think RIDE ID is a unique value, but to prove that, all I have to do is select count star from the table, and that tells me how many total records there are in the table. Then I'm going to select whatever candidate for primary key I have. So if I have distinct RIDE ID, if this RIDE ID matches the total count, that means it's a unique column. So we're good here. I'm going to go ahead and add a primary key. So I'm going to say alter table. And this is the table I want to alter. I'm going to say add constraint. And this is going to be PK underscore this table here. I like to name my primary keys as PK, and then the table, and then underscore 01, I guess. I don't really have to do that. I could just leave it without, but I like to name my indexes 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And then here I'll say unique. I think this is where unique goes. And the column I want to do it on is RIDE ID. I think I got that syntax right. Let's see. I'm going to parse it first, make sure it does, and then I will execute. Great, it added the primary key. That means things will hopefully go faster, or a little bit faster. And then I'm going to update statistics based on that new primary key I just added. And there we are. Now we have a index on the table. This should go a little bit faster for standard queries now, even though a GUID like this is not necessarily the best thing to have as a primary key. I feel it's necessary to do so that your table is not a heap. A heap is just a data without, or a table without any indexes or any primary key, actually, any primary key. So we're going to do that same thing again for this one too. And to do that, I'm going to right click on this top tab here. Here's a little tip. Right click on this top tab, click on new vertical tag group, and suddenly they are now side by side. And I can do the same exact things to the one on the right using the code from the one on the left. So I'm going to take the code from the left side, copy this table instead, change that to a 5, and now we have 604.827, 604.827. That means we are good to go for this. I'm going to copy the code for the primary key, switch the table, also switch this to a 5 because the index name needs to match the table, or at least in my opinion it does. And now we can alter this table instead. We added our primary key, we've updated statistics, and we're good to go. So the next thing I want to do is create a view for Power BI to consume. What I'll do is select all my rows from the 2023-04 table. Then I will union all with the data from the May table 2023-05. Now, why union all and not union? Union will select only distinct records, but it's more taxing and more resource intensive on SQL Server. So if I know that my records are legitimately good and don't need to be deduplicated, I prove that by adding the primary key or the unique constraint, then I can just do this and it's a lot faster. So now we have our data coming from SQL Server, and both the 2023-04 April and 2023-05 May data are correct. Now we are still in step 4.1, so I will try to rush through this a little bit more. I'm going to create a view called DBO VW divi trip data, and then underscore all months. Here I am going to add a created by comment, and I got this snippet from Redgate SQL Prompt, which is a tool that I use and pay for, which is very good for this type of stuff. Today is 07/07/2024, created for stream about data analysis, and this returns all data about Divi bike trips, bike sharing trips. Why do I write comments? I write comments for the person in 5 years that's going to be looking at this, and hopefully they don't yell at me. Oh, I forgot my view. Create view. So this view is just going to be an easy way to be able to select. Oh, I forgot my as well. This view is going to be an easy way to select both tables at the same time without having to keep writing that view code. So here it is right here. One thing I want to do though is make sure that I got the file source. So I'm going to say data source. One new column called data source, and here I'm going to hard code this as the data source, and I'm going to do that again for this last column, but change that to a 4. That way I'll know exactly which file this came from or which table. So I'm going to say create or alter view. By the way, if you didn't know, create or alter is a thing in SQL Server. It has been since 2016, and it's great. You don't have to switch it to alter anymore. You can just say create or alter. All right, great. So we have our view. I'm going to select from it just to make sure we got everything we need, and we sure do. Look at that. It's good data. We even have our data source here. So now we're ready for the non-optional step of this, which is opening Power BI and creating a new report about it. So I'm going to actually drag this off to the side and just open up a new Power BI window so that we can take a look at all of the steps together. And I'll shrink it. The reason this kind of looks super blown up is because I have triple monitors. I use them for sim racing so that I can see cars next to me and just get a better visual perspective on things. And my computer thinks it's one monitor, so it opens up Power BI, or really anything I make full screen, it opens up all the way. So that's why. Okay, so we're at the Power BI main page. You don't need the very latest version for this. You can use whichever version you want. So I'm just gonna go and create a blank report, And then here's where we're at a crossroads. If you happen to do the work, and welcome if you skipped ahead to this, because I'm going to put this as a chapter, so welcome to the portion that you actually need to do, which is the Power BI portion. So if you're here and you skipped, chances are you did not do the SQL Server portion of this, which is absolutely fine, or the database portion of this. It's absolutely fine. I'm going to show both ways in Power BI, and then we're just going to end up working with one of the data sets so we don't get confused. So first, we'll do the SQL Server version. Here, I'm going to get data and go to SQL Server. I'm going to put my server name in. And then the database is Bikeshare. I don't remember if I got that right. Bikeshare. Yep. And it's going to be an import. I don't need, this is where you go if you have a specific SQL query, like a stored procedure or something. I used a view, so I don't need to do that. I'm just going to hit OK. And I'm going to use database credentials. SQL Dev DBA is my database. Let me go get the password, which is super secret. And hit connect. It's going to tell you about encryption support, which is absolutely fine. That means I got my connection solid, so that's good. Okay, and now we are going to use this view. You could technically use the tables if you wanted to. That's absolutely fine. I prefer to use a view. I get to control more from the SQL Server side. Add columns, calculated columns, add filters, that sort of thing, without having to redeploy the report. So that's a top tip there. If you want to make constant changes to your data, use a view. That way you don't have to redeploy the report every single time you want. Then I'm going to just click load. At this point, you could transform your data if you really wanted to. That's absolutely fine. I always like to transform my data after the fact. This is going to load about 1 million rows, and look how fast it's loading them. That's really cool. So just a hint there at how quick it can be. And my SQL Server is not very powerful. Power BI just happens to be very powerful. Okay, so our data is loaded. We're here in SQL Server, and we have, or sorry, we're here in Power BI. We have all of the data up here. Now I'm going to show how to do this with the CSV files instead. So we're going to go back to click get data again. We'll go to text and CSV, and then we'll find that folder that our data is stored in. I happen to have it open over here, so I'm just going to copy it and put it here instead, and we can see all of our files. Now this is very interesting here, right? Because the reality is I need to click all of these files, but I can only load them one at a time here. So I'll do the 2023-04. It'll load that. It'll give me all my data types. Everything looks pretty good here. And then I'll click load. Now it's loading all of my data. CSV files are a bit slower than database files are, so it's going to take you a little bit longer probably to load this, but Power BI is very powerful and it might surprise us. So it's okay as long as you can wait, so can I. We might have to play another round of Geoguessr for this. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. All right, so we are, if you happen to just be tuning in while this is loading, we can probably talk about that a little bit. We are discussing different ways, or just one way, that you can build a portfolio as a data analyst. And the steps are thinking of a topic that interests you. Oh, super, super. We can see errors already. We can think of a topic that interests us. Then we can get the data from resources like Kaggle.com, data.gov, etc. ask ChatGPT for different metrics that you should provide to it. Then step 4 is sort of an optional step, where the first part is load the data to a database, or you can just come straight to Power BI instead. You need to start building that report, but focus on the data and metrics, and don't focus so much on the visual side of things. You'll have plenty of time for that. Then the 5th step is to focus on making the report look nice with nice visuals, backgrounds, all sorts of cool stuff. And then step 6 is also an optional one, because there's 5 steps. Step 6 would be publishing that report to a database, or sorry, to Power BI online, and putting that in a portfolio similar to the one I have here, somewhere here at SQLDevDBA.com. If you click on Power BI demos, you can see my pseudo portfolio. Really, I'm not trying too much other than trying to embed the videos so that you can easily see how we did these, and these streams, these very streams, are what make it onto this website. So this is one way you can do that. Just know that if you publish the data online, it is available to be seen by the public, by anyone with the link to it. So that is something to think about. Okay, so it looks like we got some errors by loading this file. We're going to take a look at the errors and see what happened. It's going to open up a new window in Power Query. Basically, this is the Power Query editor, if you can see up here at the top. And we can see Start Station ID. It usually gives them to you in red, but you can see Start Station ID. Apparently there was an error here, so doesn't really tell you too much about the error. Error 1000. Remove errors by doing what? Doesn't really tell you what the issue was with it. Usually it'll do something by telling you the issue. But here we're just going to change maybe the data type. Actually, we can just take a look at the file and see what sort of data we're looking at. Yes, let's keep this really quick. And the Start Station ID, actually, let's take a look at it in SQL Server where it's a little bit more organized. You can do this in Excel as well. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and do it in Excel just to keep up with what you're trying to do. I'm going to copy this file and just paste it again. We'll see that this is a copy. And I'm just going to change the word copy to Excel. That means I know, and I'm telling myself, hey, it's okay to open this file with Excel. It's not going to mess up the original version. And when we open it with Excel, Excel's probably going to give us 5 messages about how it helped us, and it's, did us a favor. Here we go. By default, Excel will perform the following actions. It's going to convert large numbers into scientific notation, which we don't want. Then it's going to do all this stuff, and I just say, no, Excel, it's okay. You don't have to do all that. I really appreciate it. I don't, but please don't mess up my data. And that's why I like to create a copy of the file, so that regardless of what Excel tries to do, because sometimes it ignores you and just does it anyway, it won't affect our file. So let's take a look at the columns and let's see which ones it had an error with. Start Station ID. So we have Start Station ID here. Does it even have any data on this? Oh, yes, it does. Here they are. Let's see all the different values. It probably thought this was a number. So let's just change it to a text. Can we do that here really quick? Let's see. Nope, that's the Excel. Where's the Power Query editor? There it is. So we're going to right click on this and change the type. Oh, there it is, whole number. So we want to change this to a text. And now let's see if we can refresh. We're going to refresh up here. Is there still an error? It looks like there is still an error. List may be incomplete. Let's load more. I'm going to hit OK. Filtered the rows for some reason. I don't know why. I didn't want to filter the rows. Thanks very much. Load more. Hit OK. let's get rid of that. Okay, and let's see if we can refresh again. We'll enable the load. We'll refresh and we'll hit close and apply. And let's see if there's any errors this time. I don't know why it decided to load this as a separate data set. I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping it just loads the whole file. Let's see if it does. Detecting relationships, and it's still errors. Fantastic. Thank you so much, PowerBI. Really appreciate that. Okay, now it has a completely different set of errors, which is great. Start station ID is still an issue. Start station ID is still an issue here. Here's what we're going to do. Because it seems resistant to doing anything that we're trying to tell it to do. This one's text. What we're going to do is we're going to kill this. It's text again. It doesn't tell us what the error is, and that's super frustrating. So we're just going to remove this here, not save. We're going to delete this from the model. Yes. We're going to delete this from the model, which is not the view. Basically anything that's not our SQL view. We'll try doing that. Okay, please apply first. We'll go ahead and apply. Then we'll delete this from the model. Cannot be deleted because it's being referenced by other queries. Okay, I could have sworn that I already deleted it. Okay, there we go. Delete that from the model. You can tell I'm super patient. There we go. So now we only have our SQL view. Let's try again. We're gonna try again here. And basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna load this April data. But when we open it, we're instead going to transform the data first. Now, one of the reasons it chose the data type was because of the fact that it used the first 200 rows to determine it. And that was a problem because it thought it was a whole number. But the reality is, this isn't a whole number, it's text. So we're going to replace the current. The selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing conversion and add the new conversion as separate? I don't want it to convert to whole number and then convert to text. I want to replace the current one, which is this one. So hopefully that does it. I'm going to refresh all. This was supposed to be deleted already, so I don't know why it kept that. Delete. Man, it is really trying to get me to stick with these. Delete, delete, and we're gonna delete this guy as well. Okay, there we go. So hopefully it should be my new one. I'm going to refresh again just to make sure. Column profiles based on the first 1,000 rows. You shouldn't do that, PowerBI, and I think there's a way to tell it not to, which would be smart. So change type. We're going to make sure that these types are correct. You can also just look at the transform, I believe, section and see the data types here as well for each column. So that is something that you can do. See, this one's a date time, so that's okay. All right, let's see if this just loads. We're gonna click close and apply. And we're gonna see what this loads without any errors. Fingers crossed. This is right about the time that my computer starts calling it quits, so I am hoping it does not. Okay, and we got all of our data, no errors. That's fantastic. What we're going to do is we're going to load one more file from the CSV, and then I'll show you a neat trick that you can use to put them together. So we'll go to text CSV and load it again. We're going to load 2023-05 data this time. Click open there, and we got our issue. Here you can tell it based on the entire data set. So let's do that instead. It'll take a little bit longer, but it won't give us the issues we had earlier. So maybe this is something you want to do. Instead of doing the transformation like I did, you can just say, hey, do it based on the entire data set, and it'll take longer, but it'll do the right thing, and hopefully you won't get any errors. We're just gonna have to wait a little bit is all. But that's okay, because it might find other stuff that we didn't even know was an issue. I wonder if it's time for Geoguessr while it does this whole thing. I don't think so. We are halfway through, which sounds super weird because I wanted to get all of this done in about 2 hours, but we'll stick with it. We'll do some editing if we need to before we load it to YouTube. And I guess the preview was a bad idea. Or based on the entire data set was a bad idea. So I'm going to hit cancel here and just try that again. You probably have a little bit more time than I do, and you're not up against a time constraint here, so you can feel free to do that. I'm going to go ahead and open this file, and instead of based on top 200 rows, I'm just going to click transform data. And I'll go ahead and switch the column myself, this start station ID. Oh, that's okay already. It looks like there was enough data here. It's a text field. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get this data in. We'll close and apply. Hopefully it doesn't give us any errors. I don't think it will. So I think this is going to work out. All right, it looks good. It looks good. Okay, and you saw that last bit of it. Hello and hi, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you are having a good day so far. Hope you are enjoying the content that you see. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing great. All right, so that last bit you saw was like detecting relationships. I don't really want that. I don't want any relationships here unless I'm the one that tells it to. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. It thought it was being helpful, but it might actually be hurting us in the end. So I'm going to delete this one too. I want to establish the relationships, and you can use PowerBI's settings menu to turn that off by mistake or by on purpose if you'd like. Ellen says, is Power BI really so powerful? I would say it depends on what you want to use it for. I think it's really powerful. I happen to have made a career out of using it for the last 7 years, so I may be a little bit biased, but the reality is, if you're familiar with the engine that ran SQL Server Analysis Services. SQL Server Analysis Services was one of SQL Server's offerings that allowed you to basically analyze data, put it into what's known as cubes or tabular models for data analysis. If you like that, if you thought that was powerful, all of that is inside Power BI now. Or it's pretty much been that way since Power BI launched. It started as an Excel, what's it called? An Excel like tool or an extension of Excel. But now it's its own thing. It does data analysis really well. Do I use it for everything? Absolutely not. I only use it for visuals. I use SQL Server for the analysis portion, and I use Power BI to sort of display my data. There's certain things I use in Power BI to make it a little bit easier, but I think it's pretty powerful. Yeah, and I think it's the easiest one to pick up. Some may argue that Tableau is, and that's absolutely fine. You can feel free to start there. I tried starting in Tableau, and it took me an hour to kind of even get remotely situated, and then I found that I have to use a specific version if I want to do it in dev. with Power BI, you use the same exact one, regardless of if you're doing home projects, personal projects, or you're doing professional projects. So that's what I like about Power BI. I think it's a lot easier to pick up. If you're in the Microsoft ecosystem, it's way easier to pick up than Tableau is. So eye of the beholder, I would say. Maybe that's up to you. That's up to you. What I'm going to do here is change 2023-04 with the 2. I'm going to just remove that 2. That was due to our duplicate data set that we didn't need. So I've gone ahead and changed that. Now, I said I was going to do one more thing, and that is combine these 2 data sets into a singular one so that we don't have to keep dealing with these, right? We can just display all the data from both data sets in one. So how do I do that? I'm going to go here to the table view, and I think I can create a new table. And the table is going to be equal to a union of this one and this one. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's find out. Hopefully it doesn't give me an error. Okay. And I'm curious, Alan, I'm curious about what you think, what you're trying to compare it to, or what other tools you'd like. Oh, Ilona says, I'm looking for a tool to deal with large data from physics experiments. Well, Power BI is free. So you can always try that. You can always try Power BI because it's free. It's completely free to work with. There's a lot of tools that aren't free, or they ask you for some sort of subscription. At least with Power BI, you can just try it out on your desktop and see if it works for you. If you happen to like what you see, then you can keep going. Use the free tier to publish stuff online, as long as you're okay with the data being public, or you can use it to start to kind of get going in your ecosystem, and when you would pay like a $10 a month license fee or something like that. This is not an advertisement for Power BI. I just happen to like it, and again, I've made a career out of it. I think depending on what the data is, you would find Power BI is really easy to work with. It's just an extent. If you can work with Excel, you can work with Power BI. What I'm doing right now is actually really simple within Excel. Even you'd use the same methodology in Power BI. Lena says, but I see your problems with data conversions. The reality is it's a simple problem. I just don't work with Power Query enough to be able to easily solve that one. That's why it took me a bit, but it's just Power BI thinking it's helpful, but it's really not. If you want, I'm happy to, I'm going to put my email address here in the chat. You can feel free to email me any data set that you're comfortable sharing. Even if you go to kaggle.com and find a similar data set, feel free to email it to me, and I will see if I can come up with something really quick and send it over to you as a sample. And that way you can know, without spending too much time, you can know whether or not it's good. It'd be a good tool for you to use. And I like doing this, so it's no bother to me at all. All right, so we went ahead and created our table. Now we have data from April and May. You can see it right here. We're going to go back to the report, and now we can actually stick with, let's go ahead and rename the table, right? We'll go ahead and rename the table and say CSV underscore instead of VW, divi trip data all months. And this is really important to know. Or all months. I forgot the S here, but it doesn't really matter, does it? This is really important to know. Is we have about 10 files to load, right? Let's go back to our folder here. We have about 10 to 12 files to load. If I want to keep loading files, but I don't want to have to change my report in any way, all I have to change is this: just load the file and then change this definition here to include the newer file. That's all. In fact, it's so easy. Oh man, I shouldn't have said that. It's so easy. I want to try it right now, and I know I'm wasting time. Doesn't matter. This is free for you. And so you can skip ahead if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, I'm very sorry that you can't skip ahead, but I promise I will do my best to make this as fast as possible. Here's the June data from 2023. We're going to click that file. We're going to open it. We know now that we can't use the load, based on first 200 rows. We're going to transform this data first. We're going to make sure a couple things are correct, right? And Luna, this is what I was talking about earlier, where it just took me a while to find out. But now that I know, I can just keep loading files and be okay, right? So I'm going to hit transform, make sure this is text, make sure this is text up here. End station name is text as well. End station ID, this is the one that was giving us trouble. I'm just going to switch this over to a text field. I'm going to replace the current, and then I'm going to hit close and apply. And hopefully everything loads absolutely fine with no issues. Super quick. Super quick. Super quick. Maybe a little quick. Not super quick, but that's not bad. Okay, so now that I have it, now all I have to do is go back to my table view, and this table here, I don't have to change any visuals to use my new data set. Instead, all I have to do is just add a new entry here, and now I have the June data, and I go hit the check mark, and suddenly all of my June data is now in here. Again, I can do that with SQL Server. I just demonstrated how to union two tables, but you can also do it with Power BI. You can just union all your records. And now I'm working with 3 months of data, but I don't have to change any of my visuals around. It just automatically absorbs the data. Okay, so we have our data ingested into Power BI. Step 4 is probably the longest one, maybe step 5, but let's get into making our visualizations. And again, this is step 5. We're not going to focus on making the report beautiful. All we want to do is make sure we get the metrics correct, right? The metrics that we need. Now, BingChat told us a couple of different things. BingChat said stuff like the ride volume and utilization, customer segmentation, ride duration and distance, etc. But what we want to do first and foremost is we want to use this data set. It's the CSV one if you're working with CSV. If you happen to take the SQL Server version, you can use this one instead. They should be identical except for the data source column that I added to SQL Server. It's not necessary, but I did it anyway. What I'm going to do is just rename this page by double clicking on page 1 down here and saying this is the data grid. Now I like to use this just to make sure everything came in correctly. And so what I'll do is add the ride ID, and Power BI tries to do this whole thing where it's like, oh, I get to decide what the best visual is for this. And it did the right thing with the table, but sometimes it does like a bar graph and stuff like that. And we just have to change this back to a table. So I'm going to say ride ID. We'll say started at. And here's where Power BI starts getting all, hey, look, I'm helping. And it's not really helping. This year, quarter, month, day, that's cool and everything, but I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is right click on started at here. And I'm going to change this to just started at instead of hierarchy. So now it'll have the actual date and time. Then we're going to say ended at. Again, same thing. I wish you could turn that off by default. I haven't found it. If you know, please let me know, because you'll save me at least 5 seconds of work every day. All right, so we have our started at, ended at. We have our member type. Are they a member or are they a casual? That sounds a little bit weird, but I assume casual is just something like, I guess non-member. We'll call them non-members. Rideable type. Here's the type of bike. We have the start latitude, start longitude. And here, when we added these, because they're numbers, it tries to say that their latitude and longitude are really numbers. They're not, right? They're not really numbers, and they're not really meant to be summed. So we're going to go ahead and right click on sum and just say don't summarize. And then we'll click on start long and say don't summarize. Now, there's another way that you can help this along, and that's by clicking on it here on the far right and going to format In format, it's okay to leave it as general. Sometimes you change it to decimal number, but the data category needs to be whatever it is. So this is a lat column. It needs to be latitude. Summarization, I want to just turn that off all the time. I want to turn it off so that anytime I add it to a visual, it won't try to sum it for us. I'm going to do the same thing for the longitude. Click Don't Summarize. And the data category is a longitude. Now I'm going to do that for the end as well. Summarization, don't summarize. Summarization, don't summarize. And I forgot the longitude, so I'm going to do the data category longitude and data category latitude. Now you'll see that a little globe pops up next to the data sources. That indicates it knows that you want it to be a latitude and longitude or a geographical thing. All right, so we are good here. Let's keep adding the columns. Here's the end lat, end long. We have end station ID and end station name. And we have the start station ID. You see how if I just add it, it'll add it to the end. What I actually want to do is add it somewhere right here after the start, right before the start latitude and longitude. So I'm just going to drag it into start station ID. I'm going to drag that right after latitude, writable type. And there it is. And now it gets sorted. And anytime you want to move these around in the table, all you have to do is slide them along this panel here. If I want a member casual to be the first one, I could do that instead. So that's something interesting to be able to do. So now we have this grid, and I like to use this because eventually someone's going to go, this is fantastic. How can I get it in Excel? And my answer to that is going to be, well, you can just export this table as data. Your data is too large. Ha. Okay. So it looks like this is just too big and we won't be able to, or we will be able to, and some sampling will occur, but maybe they'll want to filter the data first because this is like 1 million records, right? So what we want to do is we want to add some filters. So we'll add a filter like started at, which is going to drag this into empty space. And when we do that, we're going to right click on started at, change it to started at so that it's just a grid, and then change this visual type to a slicer, and that'll give us a between, a sort of a little between marker here. And what we'll do is put that here on the top left, and I'll say, hey, I only want stuff that was from April 1st to April 5th. And when I click enter here, this will be data from April 1st to the 5th only. And now you can happily export your data into CSV. I think you can do up to like 500,000 rows, something like that. And still too large. Okay, super. Wow, is it really that large? How about just data from the 1st? Wow, there's no way. That's just crazy that it has so much data. Okay, let's try that again. Just the April 1st. Oh, no, it didn't take that. Am I doing something wrong here? That it won't. Maybe April 2nd. There we go. Okay, April 2nd. I'm going to export the data. And we see. And it looks like, yep, it's about that 2-hour mark. And my cameras are doing, oh no, they're doing okay. Okay, I thought it was my computer telling me to stop. So here we go. We have our data export. We can save that and they can work with it in Excel. No problem. But back to our report. We'll leave this filter here just in case. But the reality is we don't need it. We want to get started. And it looks like all our data came through okay. We should be good to go here. However, we want to go ahead and get started with our visuals. So first one we'll tackle is ride volume and utilization. The total number of rides completed with a specific time, daily, weekly, monthly, etc. And the ride utilization rate, which is the percentage of available bikes or rideable vehicles that are in use at any given time. That's an interesting one because the reality is we don't have just a default list of all of the bicycle IDs. In fact, there's not even a bicycle ID here. For all we know, and of course this isn't the case, but for all we know, all of these rides could be using the same exact vehicle, the same exact bike. So we cannot fulfill that request that they have, and this is where you would let your executive know, hey, we don't have a default list. If you can get one from us of all the inventory, then we can happily do that, but otherwise I can't do it. Total rides though, I can do that. So let's go ahead and hop over here to a new page down at the bottom, and we're just going to add a simple card visual, which is, there's actually two now, but I'm going to add the simple one, which I can't seem to find. Oh, there it is right here, the card visual here. And then we're just going to drag what in here. What was our unique value? Our unique value was ride ID. Whenever we count the ride ID, we know we're getting unique values. So it looks like because it's a text field though, it gave me the value instead of the summary of it. So or the first value. So what I want to do is right click and just do count distinct. And now we can see 1.75 million rides. Now, if we want to change the formatting of this, we can absolutely do so as well, to a different format, but I'll keep it at 1.75 million, which is actually just a default format. So I'm going to change this to number of rides. And just to double click on the fields to change the name of it, number of rides. And I'm actually just going to make this slightly smaller. I know I said, you know, don't do any of the formatting, but I want to make sure I use the little pane here to just make this slightly different, otherwise, or slightly smaller. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of room very, very quickly. So I just set that to like something like 22. I'll set the category label to something like 10. And now we have a much smaller card here that we can work with. Not only that, but we can just keep copying and pasting since we have the formatting just right, or for now. We can just keep copying and pasting and just do that instead. We can do the same thing with something like writable types, and we can count the distinct writable types, and we can say something like vehicle types or bicycle types, and we can even say number of bicycle types. And I like to have the data grid here because I could just quickly check my data even inside the report. Now, something interesting I wanted to know is if you choose the import method or you use CSVs, just know that all of your data is now contained within the Power BI file. It's no longer in your database, or it's still there, but it's no longer using a direct connection to the file or to the database. So if you happen to be doing something like traveling and you want to do this at the airport with no internet connection or even on the plane, but if you're on a plane, you should probably be watching something like The Earth at Night in Color. If you haven't seen The Earth at Night in Color, it's super cool, and Loki narrates it, so that's even cooler. But you can technically just work on this on the plane because the data is just contained within your Power BI instance and not online or in a file or anything like that. So that's something neat about import. While I'm doing that, I want to make sure I go ahead and save. We're going to want to save this report, and we'll call it something like Bike Ride Share Analysis, because we don't want to lose all of our hard work. I'm going to save this to the downloads folder, and now we at least are dropping breadcrumbs, and we won't waste 2.5 hours and suddenly get some sort of error. So that's a really good thing to do, is save your work as much as you can. If you want, you can actually start your report in SharePoint or OneDrive and it'll automatically save it for you. That's a pretty cool feature. Okay. Alona says, does Power BI build an additional internal Dataverse DB from the imported data? It has a self-contained engine of SQL Server analysis services that it uses to sort of make tabular models of your data. So yes, absolutely, it'll build a data model, and you can actually see it right here. These are all the data sets in our data model. You can do all sorts of relationships between them. I have them as separate ones, but this one here, you can see it's kind of different because it's actually both of these combined. So you can add columns, you can add summaries, you can add measures, all of that stuff you can do right here in the Power Query editor or the data model view. So yes, the answer to your question is yes, it absolutely does build an internal self-contained database within the file itself, within the PBIX file. That's really cool. That's really cool. That's one of the reasons I like it so much. If you want to directly connect to your SQL Server though, or whatever other data model you have, like SQL Server Analysis Services or Google Cloud, there's so many. I'm going to pop open the data sources really quick for you, Ilona, just so you can see there's so many different data sources that you can connect to. Parquet files, if you prefer Parquet files. I know you said you have a lot of data, right? Lots of data models, lots of data. Just a word of caution, one person's large data model is someone else's like every day. So that's one of the things that we try to make sure we have a good understanding of. Elena says that's cool, but if you're dealing with large data, terabytes, you have additional data. Depends on how many terabytes. If you're working with hundreds of terabytes, then yeah, I would say there needs to be a separation of duties. If you're working like 1 or 2 terabytes, it's actually not that much. I know it sounds a lot because terabytes is a lot, but the reality is it's not terrible. Power BI, just so you know, does have a 10 gigabyte limit for specific capacities of Power BI. It does have a 10 gigabyte limit of files that you can push. So this file can only be X amount of of gigabytes, 10. However, you can increase that by using premium capacity, and you can also really just take care of the summarization outside of Power BI and just bring in the summaries, right? So in your case, what I would do, depends if you're able to do this, if you have a team that does this, I would use a platform like SQL Server or Oracle or Google Cloud, whatever you want to use, to compress the data and make a sort of summary version of this. Because I have a feeling, Ilona, I have a feeling that in your Power BI report, you don't need to display every single record, but more a summarized version of those records. If you do, then yeah, there may be another tool that's better suited for that, but I'm assuming, and again, this might be wrong of me to assume, but I assume that you don't need to display every single individual record. You're okay with doing samples at a time, whether they're based on time or you mentioned it was a physics, I believe, or chemistry. Let me scroll up and see, just to make sure I have your context correct here. Where'd you hop in? Physics experiments. Okay, so yep, thank you Lona, sorry. So if you have physics experiments, then maybe you'll want to quantify all of those in a summary data set, and then that's what you can import into Power BI. And even some details, absolutely fine, right? Or you can just make one report per experiment. That's cool too. One report per experiment or one report per experiment group. All of that is absolutely possible. I'm trying to think if I've done anything related to experiments like that, and really I haven't. I've never worked in that realm. I've worked in the transportation industry, roadway and transportation, and that's where we had terabytes of data, right? If you're thinking of roadway and tolling and things like that, there's a transaction every second or less. We dealt in microtransactions, and that's why we had so much data. So what we did was we compartmentalized it into different topics and built summaries around it. And those summary tables are what we brought into Power BI. So that's probably the closest I'll get to what you're working with. I also worked in the hotel industry and the theme park industry for a certain cartoon mouse, which there was a lot of data there as well. And that's what we usually did, is we summarized the data and then reported off of that. So that is one piece of advice I can give you, is just to do your summaries elsewhere and then bring them into Power BI if Power BI interests you. If it doesn't, that's cool too. So here's lots of other data sources, right? IBM DB2, Postgres, MySQL, Vertica, Snowflake. Snowflake's a popular one with large data models. Lakehouses, data warehouses, APIs if you want to use them. Azure, I mean, the list goes on and on. Power BI Desktop is free to download, so you can go ahead and just look at all of these different data sources if you want. You can try to tie it into a small one, see if it works out for you. If it doesn't, I guarantee you won't spend more than like 30 minutes to an hour to discover whether or not it works for you. So I hope that helps a little bit. All right, so let's take a look and see what other data we can put in here. Let's do data by station. Member casual, writable type, the number of stations. Let's try for the number of stations, right? Let's just get some basic data out here. Here is the station ID, start station ID. We're going to drag that in, and notice how I just made a copy of this existing one, and we're just going to right click and say count distinct. We're going to say number of starting stations. Why didn't that work? Let's try that again. Number of starting stations. Why do I specify starting? Well, because I have a hunch that when I put end station ID, it's not going to be the same number. Let's find out. Number of end stations or destinations. How about we call these origins and destinations? Number of origins, and I forgot my space. Those are important. Spaces are good. And just to make sure I was using the correct identifier here, or the correct field, I just hovered over this and I can see end station ID is the one I used. That's the one I wanted. I can also see a check mark next to the field, meaning that's the one I'm using. All right, and then I'm going to right click on number of destinations and just, there we go. Yeah, definitely a different number, so I wanted to make sure that that was something that was communicated directly. All right, and I think that's it. Number of unique days maybe would be okay, but I don't think we really need that. These are okay to have as just primary cards. We can add some later if we wish. Let's go back here. Total number of rides. Okay, so we completed that number of rides, right? That's fine. Customer segmentation, member versus casual riders. Analyze the proportion of rides taken by members who are regular subscribers versus casual riders, which are one-time users. There you go. That's a cool one. This helps tailor marketing strategies and loyalty programs. So it's even telling you why it's using it. That's pretty cool. And I'll show you a hint of how you can justify using ChatGPT to communicate the same exact thing it did, but put it in a tooltip. So let's say I want to do a member versus casual rider, but the reality is I don't like that it says member or casual. I'd rather go with regular subscribers versus one-time users. Now, how do I do that? The data only says member casual, right? I can't use anything like that. So what I'm actually going to do is right click on this and I'm going to create a new column. Right click on the CSV data source, or if you're using SQL Server, right click on the VW one. I'm going to create a new column. And that column is going to be member, casual, simple. Or I can just name it something like rider type, just to not be confused. Okay, and the rider type, we're going to use just a formula, simple formula that we would normally use for something like Excel. We're going to use the substitute formula. We're going to say substitute the member casual field. Whenever we see member, or in strings, member, we want to substitute that with regular, or just subscriber. And whenever we see, to use special characters in the name, what are you talking about, Power BI? Let's see if this just lets us. Okay, whenever we see member, we want to say subscriber. I think it's just like an error that was stuck here. Okay, yeah, that's good. And then we're going to also say whenever we see, oh no, that's just an instance term. So it looks like I can only do this once. That's the problem with substitute, right? So let's try something else instead. There's two more ways of doing this. There's if member casual equals member, then we want to say subscriber. But even that has its limitation. Artuni, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. I hope you are enjoying what you see so far. I hope it is useful for you. We are in step 4.9, which is getting the report ready using the data from Rideshare. Elona, thank you so much for following as well. Really appreciate you. Thanks for all your questions. Please keep them coming. I am happy to chat about this. There's a reason I did it here on Twitch versus just pre-recording it on YouTube and submitting it there. This will eventually make it to YouTube. But the reason I'm doing this on Twitch is because I want to be able to answer any questions you all have. So I really do appreciate any questions you see or you make. All right, so we have an if statement here. That would work too. But the reality is all we want to do is check this for one value and replace it with another one. So if you're hip to programming functions, you can use the switch function. And basically we're going to say switch on the member casual field, and we'll say when the value is member, then we'll make it subscriber. When the value is not member, and it's the other one, what was the other one? I forgot. No, it's not classic bike. Where's the member? Casual or member right here. When it's a member, then subscriber. When it's casual, that's kind of insulting. I don't want to call people casuals. That guy's not a member, he's just a casual. That's not cool. So we'll call them one-time users, because that's what BingChat told us to do. One-time users. So we're following in BingChat's footsteps. And then we forgot our comma here. And we could close it here, but I want to do one more thing. I want to do an else. Else, just say unknown. Why? Because that'll still allow us to quantify the data, but we'll just put it in an unknown bucket that we can then go in and say, oh, let's just add that to our switch statement. So that's why I want to do that. So writer type is here. And now let's use writer type in a bar chart. So we're going to create a bar chart here, and we're going to add writer type to the x-axis. And then we'll add ride ID, which is our unique value or unique columns, right? We'll add that to the x-axis. So we're going to change that to count distinct. Bowner Soup, good to see you. Thanks for joining. Good morning. Would you normally use DAX for this? It looks easier to write a case statement in SQL or Power Query. Yeah, I usually use DAX. But the reality is I only use DAX because I agree with you. Case statements in SQL Server is how I normally do this. And I want to make sure that Power Query, which is, M, and Power Query is an advanced level language, I would say, or more advanced than simple DAX, more advanced than maybe some simple SQL. So I want to make sure that this is a beginner-friendly webcast or whatever stream. I want to make sure this is a beginner-friendly venture, and I don't want folks to have to learn proprietary language. Too much proprietary language for what they want to do. So if they know Excel, chances are they can make quick work of some DAX functions, and I want to keep it as simple as possible. But yes, absolutely, if you're working with large data models and you feel more comfortable in Power Query or in SQL, absolutely. It's great to see you. Thanks so much for joining in. And in the VOD, you'll actually be able to see that I did create I did upload this data into SQL Server as the step right before this one, and I made sure to create a view as well so that if I wanted to change anything, including adding a new column, I would be able to do it here in SQL Server and just have it refresh into this Power BI report. So either way, whatever way you feel most comfortable in, that's the way you should do it. I'm just showing the simplest ways I can so that it's beginner friendly. Okay, so now we have our subscriber and one-time users. You'll note that I didn't use a pie chart. I could have, and in fact, let's make this easier by copying this, pasting it, and just turning it into a pie chart. That shows, and you can use a donut chart as well. Here's the thing, in the last couple years, all the cool kids are moving away from pie charts. I was very surprised at this as well, but the reality is people don't like pie charts anymore. They're saying that they're useless and lots of other stuff. I think they still have their place. If you're looking for some alternatives, you can always head to the Power BI visual vocabulary. I'll drop a link to it here in the chat. You can always head to the visual vocabulary and you can check for things like distribution. Maybe distribution's not the right one. Let's say correlation. That's not a bad one, I guess, either. I don't know. Magnitude, spatial. Not really. Ranking. Ranking's the one I'm using right now, right? Like if I wanted to do that, I could do that right here. What I will say is when I do bar charts, and I'm not using dates, I use horizontal ones, horizontal bars. I do not like seeing this. Let me go ahead and delete this pie chart so I don't offend anyone that hates pie charts. What I do not like is seeing this. This, for me, is a no-go. Why? Because when you see an axis moving along, you immediately think over time. Whether the time is like 0, in Alona's case it would be, t equals 0 for when something started, and then t plus whatever. It's a timeline. Your brain just automatically goes to that direction, and so I try never to use horizontal or vertical bar charts like this unless I'm working with time. So let's say to keep the vertical bar chart going, I'm going to start a new one, and then I'm going to do this. Started at is what I'm going to use for my x-axis, and then rides is what I'm going to use for my y-axis. And I'm going to change this started at by right-clicking. I'm going to change it to started at here instead of hierarchy. And now we can see bars for every single ride. This looks kind of messy, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to right click on started at, and we're going to create a new group. We're going to group this into days, and then the started at, we'll group it to days. We'll say the size of a bin is 1 day, and we have our started at days. And now when we do that instead, we're going to drag that into our x-axis instead. So we're going to remove started at and add, there we get a little bit of a cleaner view. And you can actually do that again by months and years. So I'm going to right click on it again, and not at the days, but I'm actually going to do started at, which the original one. I'm going to say started at, and here I'm going to change this to months. And the bin size is going to change to 1 month, and hit OK. And now I can actually load this month on top of the days, and it'll be the months, but then I can drill down into the days. So here's the months, April, May, and June, and then I can use these double parallel arrows to drill down into the days as well. So that's pretty neat to do. All right, so we're here. Let's do it by like subscriber and one-time user right here by day, right? So we can actually use the legend right here, which is the rider type. If I do that, then it'll change to say not only over time, but also by one-time user or subscriber. And because I don't like to have people guess, what I want to do after I switch this to count distinct, because I don't want to count, what I want to do is put some data labels in here. So again, we're going to focus just on the simple visuals. Step 5 is making it look nicer. So we'll add the data labels, and now folks can see this without having to hover over it. We're going to do the same thing over here. Go to data labels, making sure you can still see that. Go to data labels, turn them on, and now you'll be able to see 1.7 million and 0.68 million as well. So let's change the titles of these. And to change the title, you don't actually have to change the title. All you have to do is change these columns right here. So these are dynamic titles. If I want to just have a simple rider space type, I can do that, and that'll clean it up in the title. And then here, instead of count of ride ID, we'll just call this number of rides. And here we go, number of rides by rider type. That changed dynamically. We'll do the same thing over here. We'll call this ride month. And we'll call this one, just double click to rename them, by the way, ride day. And here is number of rides. And then here, rider type. And I misspelled that. Rider type. All right, there we go. Rider type. There we are. So now we have number of rides by rider type and number of rides by ride month and rider type. So one could argue that these two are technically redundant, but I see good value in having just how many subscribers versus one-time users overall, and then also over the course of the month. One thing I want to do is change subscriber and one-time user to be different colors, but we're going to do that later when we talk about visual appeal. If you get stuck doing that right off the bat, you're going to waste so much time. I wish I was joking, but you will waste lots of time with the colors. And then when your executive asks you, hey, how's that report coming along? I'm getting the colors to look really nice. And they're like, that's great. I actually just need the data and I need it really soon. So please do not get stuck in that rut. That is just trying to make it perfect. Let's get the data looking good first. And then we will worry about the visual stuff. All right. Or if they ask you like, hey, how's it looking so far? Well, you know what? We have a really large portion that is subscriber based. That's really good. It's actually, almost twice. They'll know you're already actively analyzing that data. So that's really good. And by the way, I'm going to add this to the tooltips. I'm going to add the same exact number of rides, which is right here. I'll put it in the tooltips, but I'll change this to, let's see if I can do it. I'll change this first to count distinct, and then I'll switch, see this new menu that popped up, show value as % of grand total. Then I'm going to switch the name of it to rides %. And now when I hover over it, I can see 61.0% of all rides are subscriber based, 38.9% are one-time users. So that's an interesting way to do it. I'm going to go ahead and do it here again. Just add it to the tooltips, and you can barely see this one. I apologize, I know. Let me see if I can drag this over here to make it slightly easier to see. I'm going to right click on, I added it first to the tooltips, then I'm going to switch it to count distinct, which is the number of rides, and then the show value as with the % of grand total will show up. And so now when I look at the visual and I hover over it, we can see 15.9% and 8.41%. And this is again against the grand total, not the column total. So that's pretty interesting to view. We're going to go ahead and pop a quick save. Make sure we're good there. And then we will go back to our ChatGPT. All right, so ride volume utilization, I think we got that. We can't do the utilization, and we explained why we don't have any base data to work with. That's okay. We can still make sure that we grab a bunch of other stuff. So members versus casual riders, analyze the proportion of rides taken by members right here versus casual riders. We already did that. User retention rate. Measure how many riders return for subsequent rides. This is again overreaching. ChatGPT just suggesting something that we unfortunately cannot do, and I expected more of it. But hey, ChatGPT, you did really well, or BingChat, you did really well. When you do take over the world, just remember that I told you you were doing really well. But we can't do it. Why? Because we don't have any base data to work with. We don't have any information about the rider as a unique being. For all we know, it could be just all these bicycles by the same person. One bicycle by one person and a billion rides. I know that sounds physically impossible, but the reality is we don't have anything to distinguish other than the member was subscriber or a one-time user, that these are really different people. So we can't do that. I would love to, but we can't. And you can explain that to your executive, like, I can't do that. Here's why. If you have the inventory team or the team that gets all the rider information, give us that data, the base data, then maybe we can work something out. And that's perfectly okay. You're limited by the data. That's not by you. Ride duration and distance. This one we can do. Average ride duration. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So this is, we want to see the number of hours that a ride takes, right? So in order to do that, we would just get the difference between the two. In Power BI, you can use a function called datediff. In SQL Server, you can as well. For example, if I have this data set here with started as and ended at, what I would be able to do is do a datediff. I'm going to use datediff, and I'm going to use minutes. How about minutes? Minutes would be good because bike rides can last way less than an hour, right? It can be a 5-minute bike ride. So we want to make sure we quantify that. Technically, we could just go down to the second and go up from there, but I'm going to go ahead and just stick with minutes for simplicity. So we'll use the minute, datediff minute between started at and ended at, and we'll call that as ride minutes. And there we go. We have 8 minutes, 12 minutes, 20 minutes, etc. And here I'm going to say ride duration minutes instead. So I like this so much, I'm actually going to go ahead and put this into my SQL view. And so to do that, I'll just paste the value here, end of that, right underneath end of that, ride duration minutes, and right underneath end of that here as well. And then I'll just create or alter this view. And that's already done. It's locked in as a custom column. And when I go to right click here, I can refresh the data from my SQL view, again, from my SQL view. And maybe that was a mistake because there's a lot of data here. It's only 1 million records, but you can see this is going pretty quickly. So hopefully it doesn't take too long. And no, it did not. So we are good. There we go. Oh, almost done. I'm looking for creating relationships or something and make sure that it doesn't create any more. Okay, so now we have our column. It's called ride duration minutes, but we're not using this data, right? We're using CSV only, so I'm going to do the same thing on the CSV side. And here, what I'm going to do is just right click on this source name, which is the CSV one. I'm going to add a new column, and that column is going to be called ride duration minutes. And I'm going to have it equal to, you guessed it, datediff, because that's a function here as well. A boundary soup, absolutely. You know, I know you're thinking we could do this in Power Query. You absolutely can, and you can feel free to. Again, I'm just going to use this as the simplest way possible. So here I'm going to say I want the minutes, and up here it gives you a little hint to see what type you want. So here, if you notice, in SQL Server, I was using this datediff, which says interval, what date part. So what interval would you like? The start date and end date. If you look at Power BI, it's actually not like that. When you open up datediff, the hint that you see is the first date, the second date. I don't know how to use fingers. The first date, the second date, and what interval you want. So I actually have to start with start date here, started at, and then comma, ended at, and now is when I put minute. And here is the minutes between them. And there we go. So now we have the ride duration minutes. Let's go ahead and add that to our data grid. That's a really important one to have in our data grid. We'll add it right next to the ended at, right? So here's the ended at, just to show it. Here's ride duration minutes. It's a sum again. I don't want that. I want don't summarize. So there we go. We can see the ride duration in minutes. And here's where you can also test your started at days, just to make sure you understand what the data looks like. It's basically just the same date without a timestamp. So there it is. Ooh, almost. Let's try that again. There it is. Started at is just 12 o'clock. I don't know why it's doing that. Did I add the same exact thing all over again? I must have. Let's try that again. Started at days. We'll add it right underneath started at. And we will say don't summarize. And there it is. Started at days. See, it's the same thing, just no time. So that makes things simpler, especially graphs. All right, so page 1, we have these two. We have the ride duration in minutes. And what do we want to do? How about, what did it say to do? Actually, let's try to follow its lead because it told us it wanted to do it. Okay, average ride duration. Okay, that's cool. So the average ride duration, we already have the subscriber and one-time user. So let's just try to base it off of that, right? Let's do a lot of comparatives based on whether it's subscribers or one-time users. So instead of how many rides, we're actually going to remove the tooltips here on the bottom. And then here in the number of rides, we'll say ride duration in minutes instead. So we're actually going to remove the number of rides, and you can see here it says sum of ride duration in minutes. That's cool. Total number of minutes per rider type. But that really doesn't speak to us. What we can do instead is right click on this and say average. So when we say average, what we'll see is the average ride length in minutes for one-time users is 28 minutes, but for subscribers it's 12 minutes. That's really interesting. So we'll rename this to average ride duration in minutes. We have to specify that it's in minutes. So here, that's actually really interesting, right? Why? Well, because we have less customers that are one-time users, but their average ride time is higher, meaning we're probably getting more money out of them, unless there's like a subscription fee that makes up for that, right? But their rides last longer, so the utilization is happening a lot more. That's very interesting. That's very interesting to see. And then the total ride duration is an interesting one too, now that I think about it, because it shows us how long these bicycles are being used for and by who. So that's pretty cool. And we can actually just do this by month as well, right? If we wanted to do that, we can say average duration by month. We could just copy this visual, put it down here, and then say ride duration in minutes instead of number of rides. Right click on it, switch it to average, and there we are. Now we can see that the total ride duration is subscribers, which are the light blue, is still way lower by more than double for each month. It's all one-time users are riding the longer rides. That's pretty interesting to note as well. Okay, so we've covered that. Average ride duration, average ride distance. Okay, so here's where things get interesting. We don't have a distance here. We don't have a rideable type. We don't have, what we do have is the starting coordinates and the ending coordinates. That's all. But I happen to have, let me see if I can find it. Is it in DevDB? Is it in Formula One? I want to see where it is. Okay, in the Formula One database, I happen to have functions that allow you to get the distance between 2 points in kilometers and in miles. Now, this is as the crow flies, right? So we're not going to be able to see exactly how far their journey was, but I do have that ability. Let's see what that looks like. So here in SQL Server, what I need is the start latitude, ending latitude, and the start latitude, start longitude, end latitude, and longitude. So I'm going to make a new column here that says, I think it's in Formula 1, and I'm going to call this function, and it asks for my origin latitude, which is start lat. Next, it asks for my origin longitude, which is start long, or LNG. Then it asks for my destination latitude, which is end lat, and end LNG. And those are what it needs to get the ride distance. So ride distance, and I'm going to say MI for miles. Just ride distance miles is fine. Let's keep things as simple as possible. I'm going to paste that again for the lower one, and let's just see what it determined it was like. Okay, error converting varchar to numeric. So here, latitude, longitude, latitude, and longitude. It looks like it errored out converting them, which is to be expected, I guess. What we can do is we can say, let's get the data that doesn't convert. So we can say where try cast start lat as, let's call it decimal 18.2 is null. What does trycast do? It basically tries to convert a value to a particular data type, and if it's not able to, it returns null. It's kind of like a graceful failure. So start lat is not the problem. Let's try end lat. There we go. End latitude, there's a lot of values that will not convert, and here they are. Just no ending. No ending. So those we don't even want to convert, right? We don't even want them. They're just completely null. So what do? All I have to do is, as Bounder Soup was alluding to earlier, I can use a case statement, and I can say when end lat is not null and end long is not null, then do this, else just return null. And now else null, I forgot my end. There we go. So when the latitude and the longitude are both there, then try the formula. Otherwise, just return null, and let's see if that works. No, it looks like start lat is doing the same thing. Let's try this instead. Let's try, because they're not null, right? They're not null, they're blank. So let's try forcing it to be null. I'm going to say null if this is blank. Null if is just a function that forces a null on a blank value. If you're working in Oracle, you don't have to worry about this, because in Oracle and in many other database platforms, I'm sure, null values, empty strings are stored as null values. So you don't have to worry about something like this, but here in SQL Server land, we do. So that's an interesting note there. Okay, so now we have distance in miles. Where is it? Ride distance in miles. Here's the ride distance in miles. Now, you may be asking yourself, yeah, that's great, you did it in SQL Server, but we're working in Power BI. Well, first of all, I would be doing this in both, because for my real job, I would probably do both, especially if I wanted to reuse the data later. But if you happen to go to my website, I have a blog post. If I go to the blog section, those are my hands, I promise. They're not. If you go to my blog, you will see visualizing F1 team journeys in Power BI. I'll drop a link to it right here in the chat, and we'll also do so in the YouTube description if you're watching this on YouTube. I have basically a blog post about how I did this distances versus with 2 points, and I show how I did it in SQL Server, but I also show how it is done in Power BI, which is right here. Here's the Power BI in DAX, and the code samples are available at the bottom. So here is the code in SQL Server, and let's find the one in Power BI. Here it is, distance in kilometers. So we'll do that, and let's see if we can paste it into Power BI. Let's hop in. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new column. And the column is going to be called distance in km, distance in km. And it gets a distance between 2 points. Now, the original latitude I want to do this. I want to switch this with just start lat. Nope, that's the wrong data point, right? That's the wrong data source. Let's try that again. Start lat. And I want to make sure I use the CSV start lat. There it is. Same thing here. The longitude. Start LNG. And I'm going to use the CSV. Then my destination latitude. End lat from my CSV. And end LNG from my CSV dataset. So start that, start long, end lat, end long. Why is it already yelling at me? Why is it doing that? Distance in km. Did I not close my quotes correctly or something like that? No, it looks like I did. So let's just try it and see why it's yelling. Okay. Syntax for var is different. Is incorrect. Oh, I forgot to close this one. There we go. Hooray! That was an easy fix. Bounder Soup says, does Oracle have something like TriCast? I'm not finding anything. Oof. Man. I don't know. Here's another one I need to close. I don't know, Bounder Soup. You can go to livesql.oracle.com, livesql.oracle.com, and I'm going to go ahead and sign in here. Excuse me 1 second while I sign in. Okay, and then here, I'm going to pop open Start Coding, and here you can just say select something like this from Dual, and it should run it. Okay, there we go. It selects that. So I'm going to create a table. Create table, just test table with a ID column, which is a number, and a text column, right, which is description, as varchar2 of type 20. Let's see if we can create those. Run that. The table's created. I'm going to insert a value, insert into test table. I'm going to insert into the ID and description columns, and then I will say values are 1, and this is an empty string. Oh man, that's kind of trippy, right? It's like when you see like the word orange, but it's in green. Value is too large. Yeah, this is empty. Maybe this is empty. Maybe I can't count. This is empty. There we go. Okay, so basically I'm going to try to select star. Don't ever select star. Wow. No, select star all the time. You can do that. If you don't like your job, you can absolutely select star all the time. Select ID and description from the test table. There we go. Now I'm going to try to convert or cast description as number, as description num. And do we get an error? We should, right? Invalid number. Perfect. So does it have anything? Nope. Try convert, try cast. Let's see. Oracle try cast. Should we ask ChatGPT, hey, is there anything like that? Try convert. Is there anything equivalent? You can always use cast default null on conversion error. Ooh. Oh, Oracle. What a cool way to complicate things that don't need to be complex, right? That's like super. Cast this as number and then default null conversion error. Does that work? It sure does. Bounder Soup says ChatGPT gave me a case statement using regexp like. Well, Google. Oh, no, Bing. Surprisingly, Bing. Bing did it. Good job, Bing. I told you, when the robots come, I'll be the one who's safe. Y'all are using ChatGPT and Google, and because I'm using Bing and saying thank you and please, Bing's treating me nicely. So there you go, Bounder Soup. We got default null on conversion error. I'm gonna give you this select statement here. That's your birthday present. You can be like a hero at work. Look, did you know? Oh, I've been using default null on conversion error for years. That's what you can say. And you'll be super cool. So thanks for that. By the way, that's a really cool. I had no idea this existed. Like, I use like default null. No, I use like exception-based programming, right? In Oracle, we all use it for PL SQL and stuff like, exception when no error, no data found, or too many rows, or some sort of error, then do this other thing. But apparently, you can use it in select statements too. That's Oracle surprising us all the time. Just note that this tag right here, since version 12.2. So if you have Oracle 10G, Oracle 11G, I'm so sorry, but you need to come up with another 100 grand so that Larry can have another island and you can have Oracle 19C or whatever it is. Just know livesql.oracle.com, 100% free. You can try that instead, and just run your entire business on a free Oracle platform that's cloud-based. Or don't do that. Don't do that. It's a really bad idea. But Oracle 19C is really good. I just don't have the money for it, so I never use it in these demos. But LiveSQL, fantastic. All right. So hope that helps you out, Powder Soup. And let's see if we can solidify this. Come on, work, please. I think it worked. You want to do the miles one? Should we do the miles one? The miles one's pretty easy too. The miles one is basically just the kilometers one. Bounder Soup says thanks. Of course, you're very welcome anytime. Thank you again. Like I had no idea that existed. So the distance in miles is exactly the same. I just multiply the final distance by 0.621371, a number that I completely memorized. I promise you, I memorized that conversion rate. We're going to go back to Power BI and we're going to right click on our data source and add a new column again. We're going to call this one distance in miles. We're not going to call it anything, it's already there. But here we're going to again use the start lat, and we're going to make sure we use the CSV one. Start LNG, use the CSV one. Here in the end lat, we're going to use a CSV one and close our parentheses like a good noodle. And LNG from our CSV dataset, and there we are. Distance in miles and distance in kilometers. All good. Let's see if everything works. And so we're going to pop open a new page. Do we need more room here? We're going to clean this all up later. I mean, probably you, because I've been here for 3 hours. So maybe we'll do a quick one, but we'll see. All right. So we're going to pop open the map. Actually, no. First, we want to see distance, right? Ride distance. So we want to see distance in miles. So for that, we can actually use very similar to something like this, or even a horizontal one. Oh man, this is where I'm kind of like, I'm not sure if a bar graph is the thing to show distance in miles, or at least a horizontal one. Let's try it out, see how it looks, and we can go from there. I'm going to drag this in to our bar graph, and here's the distance in miles. Well, we're counting ride duration, so that's probably just not a field we want to have. We're going to remove this field and instead just count the number of rides. So we'll count the number of ride IDs and count distinct here. And the distance in miles, it doesn't seem to want to do anything. So we're just going to go ahead and delete this. I think it was just summarizing in its own way. We're going to add the bar graph again and just drag the distance in. Let's do distance in kilometers. The way it should be. And then we will go to ride ID, count the number of rides, and right click and count distinct. Is that good? No, it doesn't seem to be wanting to do anything. Let's switch it to like categorical x-axis instead of continuous. Does that work? No, same thing. Distance in kilometers. Let's see what it looks like in our data set, right? So here we have our data. We have the start and end latitude and longitude. What does distance in kilometers look like when you add it to this grid? It should just be a decimal of some sort, right? Let's add it to the end. And there it is. Oh, it's all the same. It's all the same. That's why. Ooh, I know what's going on. This needs to be a measure. Thank you, PowerBI, for letting us know in the least graceful way possible that this needs to be a measure, or at least I think it does. Let's find out. Start lat, start long, and lat and long. Yeah, let's try it for kilometers. There's a new measure, and we're gonna call the new measure the same thing. Maybe just a prefix of M so we don't get confused. But the little calculator icon versus the what is this, a theta icon? No, theta is a different one. I don't know what letter that is. I apologize. I'm not good at Greek letters. So let's go ahead and take away this distance in kilometers. Does that work? Does that do anything? Nope, absolutely not. Okay, so let's bring in the measure instead and see if that works. Hey, we did it. Distance in kilometers, and now we can see the real data. But the problem is I don't think I can put a measure here, right? I don't think I can put a measure as the x-axis. Let's try distance in kilometers, and nope, it just does not let me at all. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe I spoke too soon. The y-axis here. Nope, it's just gonna sum it. So that's not the way, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want to do that. So what is our distance in kilometers good for? Probably just a tooltip. Otherwise, there's not much we can really do. We can't put it as the base of anything. We could, if we want like total ride distance by rider type, for example, we can do that. So I'm going to copy this visual over here, and by rider type, let's see if we can do a distance in kilometers instead of number of rides. There we go. 4.9 billion kilometers and 3.2 billion kilometers. That's just a lot, isn't it? But I guess that's it. Wow, that's just crazy. That's a lot of distance. There's no way. I mean, each individual record looks fine. But man, that's... No, something's gotta be weird here. Something's gotta be weird. How about minimum? No, 4.6. And maximum is also 4.6, but the sum? No, it's gotta be, there's gotta be something weird about this, but each individual record looks good, so at least we'll be able to see the trips. I'm not gonna spend time in, here I go down the rabbit hole when I didn't really need to do that. So let's go back to loop And let's keep going. Average ride distance. Well, that's exactly what it wanted, right? Average ride distance. So I can get the duration. The distance is going to take me a little bit, but I don't want that to impede on my work. Station performance, start and end station popularity, identify the most frequently used stations, optimize bike distribution and station capacity. That's a really good one. So what I'm going to do is by station, right? Here's the start station name. Where is it? Start station name. I'm going to drag that in. And here, this is going to be an interesting one, because what I'm actually going to do is, instead of using a bar chart, I'm just going to leave this here like this. I'm going to leave it as a grid. And then here, I'm going to say the number of ride IDs. I'm going to bring it in. And instead of ride ID like this, I'm actually going to say right click on this and do count distinct. So it's actually going to count how many rides per station. And just to utilize the same functionality that we do use in a bar chart, I'm going to, ooh, hey, I just elbowed my rack there. I'm going to rename this number of rides. And I'm going to right click on this. And I'm going to add conditional formatting, data bars. And then I will just say the bar color I want is right here. It's the blue. There's not going to be any negative rides, so I really don't have to worry about that. And I want to make sure I'm good. Okay, so let's try that. That's very small, which means there's a station that has like a ton of rides. Okay, this basically makes everything else useless. So I'm gonna say we can actually just filter these out in this page only. So basically what I'm gonna do is, for this entire page, I'm gonna drag the start station name into this filters on this page, and I'm just gonna undo. I'm gonna do everything except for this one. So there's another way I can do that, is just go to advanced filtering and just say is not blank, hit OK, or then I'm gonna say and is not, I guess, empty space. What is this value? Start station name, copy the value and maybe put it here. That didn't work. Is there a empty? Is not empty. There we go. Is not empty and is not blank. Let's see if that works. There we go. Okay, so now we have a much better picture, right? We can actually see, we can actually quantify this stuff without counting the start station being empty. So that's something we want to do. And not only that, but because this is a table instead of just a regular bar chart, what we can do is we can just keep adding metrics in here, right? Here's the number of rides. We can say the average distance. So we'll change this to average. Oh God, not again. I'm using the wrong column, and that's probably why the other one messed up too, huh? Isn't it? Now that I think about it. Okay, let's remove that and do the M distance in kilometers. There we go. And this is the total. This seems like it's the total distance in kilometers. If I wanted to average, I would have to change my measure and this definition here and just do another one with average instead of sum. So just keep that in mind. This is total distance by, I'm going to say total distance in km. We can also do distance in miles, but I don't really want to do that anymore. Here, what we'll do is right click conditional formatting, do the data bars, and make this sort of like a purple, right? So we know it's something else. And again, there must be something that is just completely taking it there. Charging station test. State and state street. Apparently these two are like causing commotion here. So I'm going to right click and just exclude them from this grid and also exclude them here. And now we're good. And notice how those exclusions were just temporary. I can always go back here and just remove these exclusions in the filters pane. So that's something to keep in mind. I just want to do data that's clean. What else can we do? Ride duration in minutes? Yeah. Let's do ride duration in minutes. And here it is right here. We'll go ahead and do some conditional formatting with data bars. Or should we just do a different conditional formatting? Let's just do a different conditional formatting. We'll use conditional formatting sort of like a heat map. And to do that, we'll just change the background color. And we'll switch this to like a green when it's low, a yellow when it's medium, but like a lighter yellow, and then a red when it's a lot. So there we go. Now we can see. Let's make sure. Yeah, some. I guess that's not even the most, right? The most is the most rides. Let's order this differently so we can really see it in action. But the longest rides come out of Streeter Street and Grand Avenue. Let me go ahead and just zoom in here a little bit for your viewing pleasure. Streeter Drive and Grand Avenue have the longest rides. Not to be outdone by DuSable Lakeshore Drive and Monroe Street. I have no idea where these places are, but why don't we find out? That can be one of our next things, and we'll start to kind of close this out because you are the one that gets to do the visual side of things. This is Start Station. So let's rename this to Start Station, and we'll rename this to Ride Duration in minutes. We'll do a little bit of the visualization stuff. I won't leave you hanging, I promise. Okay, let's do a quick map. And to do that, we'll just get this Bing Maps here. We'll click on it. We'll make it a little bit smaller. And here we go. The location, latitude, and longitude. We're just going to do this for start stations, right? So we'll drag in start lat and start long. And then for the bubble size, we'll do the number of rides. So ride ID, we'll drag that in there. And then we'll right click on ride ID and count the number of distinct. And now we can see that this is in Chicago. All of these rides are in Chicago, and you can see actually that the stations almost form sort of a grid. Why? Because it's the streets. They match the streets. So every station has something about it, or every station is located on the street. And you can see the big ones here. There's some really big ones, and that means just number of rides that started there. That's pretty cool as well. But each station we can see. Now, if I want to know the name of those stations, I can just click on Start Station Name, drag that into the tooltips, and suddenly, when I hover over these, I'm going to have the start station name, Ellis Avenue and 58th Street. If I go over here, Morgan Street and Polk Street, etc. So, instead of them all being like these little dots here and all the same colors, what I'm actually going to do is go to the bubbles area, and for the colors, I'm going to switch the color to be a function, and that function is going to be a middle color, and it's going to be a gradient, and again it's going to be green for lowest, like a heat map, right? Green for lowest, yellow for mid, and then a sort of red for max. And now we can see there's lots of green, right? Lots of low ones, but if we click, or if we dive deep a little bit, we can see some reds. And that's the same one, Streeter Street and Grand Avenue, that we have in the grid. We can see there's a yellow one here as well, DuSable, which is the next highest one. There's a third one here too, Adler Planetarium. That's pretty cool, and that's probably somewhere around here as well, among the first. Here it is. So we can see it right on the map as we look at everything. Now let's make this map cleaner, and let's start with our start latitude. This is one of the rare cases where the dynamic title doesn't really make sense, right? So we're just going to change the title to Rides by Start Location. And there we go. Now we can see this. We're going to change the map a little bit because the map is actually it's too busy in my opinion. So what we're going to want to do is do maybe like a dark, and that way everything kind of shows. We can also use a light or even a grayscale if we prefer. So all the colors will now stand out instead of being all blending in with the actual map. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep it like this. It's good for me because I have an issue with colors. I'm color deficient, so it's harder for me to see those as well. Okay, so we have that. Let's see if we have one more idea from here. Station performance, geospatial insights. This is where I would actually do, like if I had more time. Oh, there goes NVIDIA doing its thing again. Hopefully it doesn't cut the stream itself. Nope, don't install anything, NVIDIA. Nope. Oh man, I don't know why it's doing this, but the stream might get cut, so I apologize in advance if that's the case. But NVIDIA decided it was going to update something, so we'll see if we make it through. I don't want to do anything. Hey, okay. Looks like it stayed, which is very good. Okay, so geospatial insights like heat maps and geographic expansion, something I would normally do with this data, which I will probably do in either a future stream or later on, is to do this, right? The journeys, how long did these take, and basically just quantify them visually. But we're not going to do that here. We can just see the distance right here in this grid. So note how this is a grid, but it's also kind of like a bar chart, and that's pretty cool because it means we get to visualize it and also use it toward the export to Excel that your boss will eventually ask you for. So is there anything else? There's no cost, there's no price information here. Is there anything we didn't dive into? Probably the type of bike. So that's probably the only other measure I'm going to bring in, is the type of bike. So we'll bring that down here. Or should I just leave it over there and make everything a little bit smaller? So we'll make this a little bit smaller. So this is by rider type. These are averages. And then we'll add one more by... Nope. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm going to undo all of those. This page can be by rider type. We'll duplicate this page, and this can be by bicycle type. And all we have to do is just change by rider type here to by bicycle type. So let's do that right now. Rider type, we'll switch it and make it by bicycle type. And before we do that, we already see we're moving on to step 5. Let's just move on to step 5. We have what we need. We're moving on to step 5 where we're kind of working with the visual stuff, and I'll do that for another maybe 20 to 30 minutes. But I'm gonna go play with my daughter, so I want to make sure I have ample time to do that. Gonna watch some TV, maybe play some Hogwarts Legacy. So I'm looking forward to that today. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a custom column for writable type. We're going to switch this to remove the both remove the underscore and also to make everything look good. So capitalization. Baguncinha. Oh, baguncinha. Are you Brazilian or Portuguese? I think that sounds like a Brazilian or Portuguese name. If so, regardless, welcome. Thank you so much for following. Yes. Gente boa. Oh, fantastic, man. From Brazil, says Baguncinha. I used to have a lot of Brazilian clients. I used to work for Oakley in Orlando, and I learned, I think, enough to sell clothing and sunglasses, and I've tried to maintain it, just having random conversations whenever I can. So thanks so much for joining. I'm glad to have you here. One of the cool things about Brazil is y'all have a state called Paraná, and you have a municipality in Paraná called Porto Rico. And Puerto Rico is where I'm from, which is an island in the Caribbean. But every time we use it in Power BI or in Maps, the PR represents itself as the Brazilian state of Paraná. So I've always found that interesting because I work with data from Puerto Rico a lot, but it always confuses itself and thinks it's in Brazil. So thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate you being here, and I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. It's great to have you here. Okay, so where were we getting here? Rider type. Oh, by bicycle type. There we go. So I'm gonna make this a little bit nicer to look at. Baguncina says, "You're welcome, my friend. Thanks so much, man. It's great." Let's learn some stuff about data. Absolutely. So what we've been doing here, just for anyone who's recently joined, is we have been discussing 5 steps to create your own portfolio using Power BI. And I want you to be able to use data that you know, because the data that you know is probably the one that you're going to be most excited about and you're going to know the most about. So 5 steps are: number 1, find some data or find a topic that you're interested in, whether it's sports, cars, surfing, weather, music. Doesn't really matter. I'm sure there's a data set that's out there for it. Number 2 is go download the data set from kaggle.com, data.gov, wherever you see data, preferably in CSV format. If you ever want to follow along with my videos, it's CSV format. Number 3 is ask ChatGPT to pretend it's an executive in that industry, tell it about the data that you have, and ask it to give you some ideas for dashboards and reports based on KPIs and metrics that you want, or that it wants to see as an executive. Step 4 is either to import it into SQL Server, which I showed in, if you go back to the video on demand here, which will be posted as soon as the session's over, or on YouTube if you're watching this on YouTube. It is loaded into SQL Server or whatever database platform you like. And then step 4 is bringing the data into Power BI, as we did here. Step 5, which is what takes usually the longest, is make the report look nice. So that's what we're about to get into. And then step 6 is publish the report into Power BI Online or Power BI Public, publish to web. And then that way you can do things like create a portfolio online, which is something I'll drop in the chat here. But this is my sort of pseudo portfolio. I don't really do a portfolio per se, but I do have a lot of examples of the stuff that we cover here on stream. So all of this stuff, if you look, there's a video here, that means I did it on stream. I'm hugely into sim racing, which Baguncina is really popular in Brazil. I race with a lot of Brazilians as well. I follow a lot of Brazilian sim racers on Twitch, and I'm super interested in motorsport. So I have lots of data for that. I'm super interested in Formula 1. I'm super interested about data from Puerto Rico, which is this right here. There's a public school analysis, an airline analysis, a healthcare facility analysis as well. And even my daughter gets into it. And this is one of her reports that I also put on my quote-unquote portfolio. So it's all free. Every single piece of what I'm showing right now is 100% free, and you can use it if you're a new student or you're new to the data industry, or data's not really an industry, right? You can pick any industry and still get into data. It's more of a field. But if you're new to data analysis, you can always use this as your experience. Slap a link on your resume, and I guarantee you managers like myself will really appreciate it, and it'll bump you up to the top of the list. That's where you want to be, right? 500 people apply on LinkedIn. We all see it every day. You know, a position opens, 500 applicants, and you're like, how am I ever going to get to the top of this? How am I ever going to be seen like this? If you put this on your resume, I guarantee you managers like myself will see it. All right, so let's change this up, the bicycle type. So we're going to create a new column called bicycle type friendly, I think, or something like that. Let's see what we called it. No, we'll just call it bicycle type. So new column. We'll name this column bicycle type equals, and here is where you have a choice. If you're familiar with Excel, you could just use substitute. You could substitute the writable type, you can substitute underscore with nothing or with a space, and that's it. So let's take a look at what that looks like inside the data grid, right? We have the writable type. When this loads, we'll have the writable type somewhere in here. Here it is, classic bike. When we put the bicycle type right next to the writable type, which is where? Right here. Nope, let's try that again. There's a lot of data this time. So it says classic bike, electric bike. You see how the underscore is removed completely. But I want to make this look even nicer. Remember, this is for an executive. I want to make this look as nice as possible. So instead of bicycle type this way, instead of substitute, which is perfectly fine, I'm just going to go ahead and comment that out using slash and asterisk. And what I really want to use is another switch. So I'm going to say switch, and I'm going to say classic bike. No, it's writable type. Whenever I see classic underscore bike, I really mean classic bike. Whenever I see electric bike, electric underscore bike, I really mean electric space bike. Oh, I almost typed space. Bike. And whenever I see, what's the third one? I don't even know. Let's just do our last one, which is unknown. I want it to show unknown when I don't see either one of these two. All I have to do is go to the other page and it'll show me what the other bicycle type is. Docked bike. I don't know what that is, but we'll add it. Docked bike. Docked underscore bike. I want it to show docked space bike. I almost typed space again. There I go. Okay, so this is looking good now, and that's absolutely fine. But here's the problem. With these switches, you have to be very careful, because what I just did was make it so that if there's anything other than these exact values, which there can be, right? There could be a different type of tandem bike that comes in the following month. I then have to go into this report and actually change this value myself and then redeploy it, just because I wanted it to be capital letters. Whereas with this substitute, what it'll do is anything that comes in will be just fine. It'll just remove the substitute, or it'll remove the underscore and replace it with a space. So this is way cleaner, as long as you understand, you know, the issue is these first two characters. And technically, I'm sure you could use functions like regexp, regular expressions to just change the case on them. So just know that switch isn't like a one-stop shop for everything. You're gonna have problems with it too, and it's gonna require some maintenance. So just be aware of that. Okay, so let's switch it to writable type, and this is bicycle type now. So let's hit it there, and now we can see the clean versions of them. I'll double click here and add the space to bicycle type. So now we can see number of rides and rides percentage by bicycle type. Rides percentage is there too. That's great. When I hover over it, I can see the percentage of rides is 54% are electric, 43% are classic, and only 2% are docked bike, whatever that is. All right, let's do the same thing again, but instead of rider type, it's going to be bicycle type. So where's that rider type? Here. Double click on bicycle type and add the space. Same thing here. Bicycle type instead of rider type. there are more advanced ways to do this, right? So I could technically use something called field parameters to switch back and forth between bicycle type and rider type if I wanted to. This is, again, a simple report, so we want to keep it as simple as possible. But field parameters are a lot of fun and they're very helpful, so I would recommend you use those instead if you're able to. Okay, so here we have bicycle types, we have origins. We never put rider types here, right? So let's do that. Let's put the rider types. 1, 2, 3. I hold control down to move everything down, and I'm going to copy this and paste it and just say number of rider types. And that's bicycle types, but where are my rider type? There it is, rider type. I'm going to right click on this and count distinct, and that's the number of rider types. Number of rider types. Okay, so let's make this report slightly better looking than it was. Cool. Map and what is this? A map and summary. No. By start location. How about by start location? And can this map be bigger this way? Would it make sense to do that? That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, what we do want to do is make sure that our cards are looking a lot better. So what we're going to do is just modify them here on this page, and then we will copy them over. So here's where I'm going to start adding things like backgrounds. We are going to make these all aligned and possibly even the same size. So I'll align these here, make them slightly the same size, or at least close to the same size as possible. And then Bagoncina says, my friend, do you have to post your streams? Oh, do you used to post your streams like this one that you're doing? Do I post them on like YouTube? Yeah, I absolutely post them on YouTube. Let me pop open my socials. There's my socials. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on Instagram and even on Twitter, but I don't really use Twitter very much anymore. But yes, this stream will be on YouTube. It'll also be on Twitch itself for about 60 days or so. It'll be there too. So yes, Baguncina says, oh man, thank you. Yes, my pleasure. There's a lot of them, including like a start to finish. I try to emulate Bob Ross as much as possible, as far as going from clean nothing to having a painting or a report done at the end. And I try to walk through as much as possible. I try to edit the least possible. It's not that I don't, editing is cool, but I think to a certain degree, editing takes away from you being able to see the real experience that is our job every day. And so at least the replays, I try to make sure everyone understands it's a replay. I try to put a chapters there so people can skip ahead if they want to. But it's a really, this is what I enjoy doing. I'd rather stream than just record videos, because it allows me to interact with fine folks like yourself. Okay, so we have this here. We have number of destinations. We have number of origins. And it's time to make the report look okay, I think. So we'll start with the data grid just because it's the easiest one. What we're going to do is copy. Oh, we got to copy these 5. And before we do that, let's make it look okay. So here, are they aligned? To check if they're aligned, you just hold control, click on every single one of them, hold control, and do a couple things. You're going to go over to the format area. You're going to align the tops. That'll align the tops. And then you can also distribute it horizontally, so it'll give you equal space between every single one of these. And that's pretty cool. I'm going to copy all of these, and I'm going to paste them in all the other pages. That means I can really delete this one and paste it again. I can even do that in the data grid. I'm going to move this all the way to the right, paste it here as well. And then this, I really want to make sure that I give people the ability to filter based on the start time. Ride, start, date, and time. Just write start date, I guess, right? Write start date. There we go. And then I can copy this field, this filter or this slicer. I can copy it and even sync it. So I can sync in every single page. If you make the change in one page, it'll also make it to the other one. And that's pretty fantastic. That keeps things, keeps the work to be less, and it keeps the context the same to every single page that you're in, which is really cool. All right. So let's add some color. What I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a color based on Divi. I think it's called Divi Bicycle. Divi Bikeshare Chicago. What I want to do is maybe present this. You can act like you're doing this, right? You can act like you are going to be presenting this to an executive at the company whose data you have. Akasi says, I'm back, still here. Nice. Yes, I am. I promised myself I would only do this for like 2 hours, especially because I never know if my Streamlabs, or no, not Streamlabs, because I switched to OBS Studio. I never know if it's going to work, but it seems to be my computer's still working, so I'll keep going. I'm sure my daughter doesn't mind, considering we're going to do something today that is, we're going to practice bicycles. So she's not super happy about that, but we need to, because bicycles are important, including the data set that we're looking at right now. So that's kind of interesting that's what I'm looking at. Anyway, let's copy a couple things from Divi, right? Like, it seems that their color scheme is something like teal blue. So I like that. That's pretty cool. They have a system map. They have pricing. So white and blue, right, is what we seem to be looking at here for their scheme. So we want to make sure we present it to them in a form that it's easily, like they'll want to put this on their website and they'll be able to do so easily. So what we're going to do is we're going to search for white and blue gradient background. And here we go. What do we think? This one in the middle is all white with this blue here. That's pretty cool. I'm kind of color deficient, as I mentioned, so I'm not able to tell distinctions between these colors very well, but I promise I'm doing my best to do so. This one's an interesting one. This one has a little bit of design, which is pretty cool. But let's just pick one. Let's just, what about this one? Is it trying to charge us for it? Yeah. I'm sure there's like Wallpaper Safari or something like that. If you go to Wallpaper Safari, I'm sure you can grab it. But I'm going to go ahead and save this image. I like this one, or let's say I like it. It's very nice. So this is white, blue, gradient background. And we're going to open up this file destination. And then we're going to open up Power BI again. We'll go back here, and I like to have the background first because that'll tell me what sort of colors I can use for the visual. So I like to pick my background first, but if you want to go the other way around, that's absolutely fine as well. What I'm going to do is open up the canvas background. I will search for an image, which is the one I downloaded, and I'm going to use the white and blue gradient background and change the transparency to 0. And there we go. Now we have our background. And I'm going to go to the wallpaper and just choose like a light blue for that, so that the surrounding area is sort of a little bit of a white blue. I'll maybe make it 50% transparency or so it kind of blends into the background. But now we're working with a fully white and blue background. I guess this is the part where Bob Ross actually starts at this step instead of ending at this step. But hey, here we are. Now, how do I make my cards or all my visuals rounded? I like to use a style that is called, a style of data visualization that is called, what's it called? Bento box. Bento box data visualization. If I learn how to spell visualization, that would be good. So if you just Google images that, or bento box dashboards, maybe that bento box dashboards. Yeah, basically all it is your design, or my designs that I like to use, kind of mimic a bento box. See how the bento boxes have like clear separation between things that use lines? That's what I like to mimic in my dashboard. So you can see some of these right here. It's just bento, maybe just bento dashboards instead of bento box. So here we can see some examples, yeah, right here. And what I like to do is basically just make all my visuals round. So I'll start with the card, and then we will go ahead and work with everything else. So to do that, I'll pop open the visualization and format pane. I will go to size and style. I will go to the visual border. I will turn that on, and I'll make it white. And then I'll have my rounded corners at 10 pixels. And there we go. We have a rounded style. So I'm going to take that format painter and paint it on everything else, and just keep clicking format painter, format painter, format painter. But do I need to do that? Well, the reality is I don't. I can actually, for this one anyway, I can actually just have what I call like a surrounding shape. I don't call it that. That's just, I guess, what it's called. So I'm going to add a shape, and to do that, I'll click the insert, then I'll click on shape, and I'll do a rounded rectangle. So I'm going to add this rounded rectangle. I'm going to make it white. I'll add a visual border first. Make that visual border white. Have a rounded corners of 10. And then, do I need to do that? I think it's the visual border that always makes things weird with rounded rectangles. I'll go to shape and style first. Rounded corners, I'll keep them at like 8%. The fill, I'm going to make it white. And the border, I'm also going to make it white. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, here and here. And now I have this right here. So, oh wait, all my cards disappeared. Well, no, they didn't. They're just behind it. So to see where they are, you're going to open up View, and then you're going to pick the selection pane, and it'll show up here on your right. And now I have my shape. This is my shape. I'm going to double click it and rename it to banner shape, and then just move it all the way to the bottom. And now the layering is corrected on my report, and I can make this a little bit smaller. And now I have one big shape that covers everything, and you can keep using this for your other stuff. So let's go over here and do the same thing. I'm going to copy this shape and just paste it right below and have it surround these guys here. Well, it looks like I'm going to need to shrink this out a little bit. There we go. There's one. Copy that and put it down here as well. And make sure the lines with that first one. I'm going to drop this guy over here and this guy over here, but notice how they are still behind this shape. That means I need to go back to the selection pane and drag these banner shapes all the way to the bottom. This one too. And now things are looking much better. I'm going to multi-select these, including the banner shape, and just move it down a little bit. And then get rid of this pane so we can see a little bit more clearly. There we go. Now we have these. It's kind of taking away a little bit from the background, which is a little frustrating. So let's see what one of them would look like if we just did this, which is making this, making it a rounded corner visual. So to do that, we'll click the formatting. We will go to, where is it? Size and style, visual border. We'll turn that on and we'll make it white. Why do I choose white? Well, it's because it's the same color as the background. And that way it just kind of blends in. So now you can see that this is sort of rounded here. When I zoom in, you can see this sort of rounded. So that's why I choose it. You can choose whatever color the visual is. So if you have these visuals with like a yellow background right here, you can always use that instead. All right, so which one looks better? I don't know. I think this one lets us see more of the background and more of the design. Let's make sure we do a rounded corners for the visual background. I kind of like this one down below better because it lets us see more of the design. if I'm honest. So I'm making an executive decision, and I'm going to go ahead and use that for the rest of them too. Now, I don't have to redo this. All I have to do is pick a similar graph. So these two are identical, just the data. I'm going to right click the format painter and paste it. And now we can see that the corners are now rounded. Just make sure that you know for a fact that these visuals are similar, because otherwise you might be in a situation which it'll change the design. So like, let's just do it really quick so you can see how it looks. If I want to borrow the style and put it over here, watch what happens when I click the format painter and go over here. It did most of the work well, it seems, but sometimes it takes like all sorts of other stuff, like it'll make it vertical or horizontal or whatever it is. So just be careful when you're doing that, and just make sure that it works in your favor instead of hurting you. So I'm going to take this entire thing and just move it right here so it aligns. And there we go. And I'm going to add this filter here to just blend in. And then I will change this size and style to have a visual border as well. Make that white. And 10 pixels. And now we have, let's make this a little bit closer here, right? So that the spacing here, I want it to match here. I want it to match this crisscross in true bento style. So we have, let's make this a little bit taller and this a little bit taller as well. And there we go. We have our first page. Notice, this is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like now. Already, it's much cleaner. It's a style that, again, vibes fairly well, I would say, with the Divi style. Oh look, they have a very similar graph as well. I'm sure they'll like that when we present it to them, right? What we want to do is we want to copy this. We want to copy this image or save the image. I want to save this Divi logo to the same place. So Divi Bike logo. And we'll also copy the Lyft logo. Why not? We want this to look, oh, it looks like it's both. It's both anyway. So that's good. Okay, so now we're going to insert this. We're going to insert an image. So here, we're going to insert an image. And where's our logo? Looks like SVGs. All picture files. I could have sworn I had it. Oh, Divi Bike logo SVG doesn't want to pop up. I guess no go on SVGs. So we're going to take the alternate approach. And that is the take a screenshot approach. We are talented and resourceful individuals, and that is why we did that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and save that image. Where is it? The world may never know. Let's try that again. There we go. All right, I will save this. You can edit it in Paint to make the background transparent. That's something I would recommend too, if you want to. We're not going to do that now because time is of the essence. So we'll call this the Divi logo simple. And now let's try that again. Let's go to our Power BI report. Let's add an image. And there we are. There's our image. It's perfect. Sort of. All right. And we're just going to shrink that a little bit. Pop it over here. And it doesn't match in the rounded corners, but I think that's okay. I think they'll forgive us about something like that, right? So the last thing we're going to do is the action. We're going to have it take us to a web URL, and that web URL is going to be divibikes.com/explore Chicago. They'll think it's neat that we have a website link to their website when you click the logo. The next image I'm going to put here is the SQL Dev DBA logo. Which is, I think this one. Nope, it's not. let's see. Is there a transparent one? Favicon, zoom backgrounds. Nope, it's gotta be in the social media kit. So we'll see if we can put that instead. No, it's not. Okay, let's use that Instagram one then, I guess. Okay, so we'll go with that as well. We'll put it right next to it. Somewhere like this. Or right here on the top right is fine as well. And that will also be an action to my portfolio. Or what can be assumed is my portfolio, which is Power BI demos. So there we go. We'll put that in there. And now we're just going to add a simple title. That'll be a text box, and this will be Divi Bikeshare Analysis. We'll call it the executive analysis. And then we will add, maybe this can be like a super dark blue, right? Something like this. And then it can also be way bigger than it is right now. Something like that. And then we'll change this transparent background. We want the background to be off. So there we are. Maybe some bold. Maybe some bold right here. Okay. Sure. And here we're going to use a smaller font. So something like 12. And we'll say in italics as well. We'll say by writer type. That didn't seem to go 12, did it? Let's highlight that and make it 12. Is that too small? Seems like it's too small. Let's go for 16. Nope, that looks too close. So we'll go 14. See, this is the type of stuff that just takes a billion years, and I don't want you to be stuck doing this. All right, so here's the thing though. I spent so much time designing this that do I really want to do this again for here? All I did was switch it from rider type to bicycle type, so why not just delete this entire page? Yes, I'm sure. And just duplicate rider type again. That's why I want to make sure you leave this part till the end, because it might be so much easier to just duplicate. So by bicycle type here. Don't waste your time. You have plenty to do, like rewatch Heroes. Should rewatch Heroes. It's been a while, hasn't it? Heroes was really good. You should rewatch it again. Okay, by bicycle type. Here up at the top, and let's just switch all these to bicycle type. It shouldn't be that bad. We'll do it here and get rid of rider type. By bicycle type. This one as well. By bicycle type. Bicycle type. We got to come up with a better scheme than that orange, right? That orange is just not working with us. By bicycle type. Drag it down here as well. And here by bicycle type as well. And are we done? We're done with these two pages. This one, yeah, let's just, oh, you know what? What I forgot to do is let's add a little bit of a shadow to make the visual sort of pop out at the screen. And to do that, you just kind of click shadow here. Shadow, 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 shadow. And what about this guy? Same thing here. That's not too bad. Shadow. And that's it. I think that's all the shadows we need to add. Let's do that over here as well. And to do that as a whole, I'm just going to hold down control, click all of these here, make sure they say bicycle type everywhere. Yeah. And then just add a shadow. And we have shadows for everything now. So that's 2 pages done. Let's focus on this last page and get out of here, because again, we have to go watch Heroes. We gotta go watch Heroes. It's been so long. It's absolutely necessary for us to watch Heroes. So I'm gonna add our shadows. I'm gonna add our background as well. We want to make sure our background is consistent. So we'll add the canvas background. We'll use the file wherever it is. I forgot. Let's go to images, copy that and put it here. white and blue background. Oh, transparency to 0. That's why it's not showing. There we go. And then the wallpaper, again, I don't know what color I used. So here's a little trick. If you want to know what color you used, all you have to go is go to wallpaper here or wherever you clicked, go to more colors, and you can copy that hex code, then go back to the page that you're trying to do it on, and just go to more colors again and paste that hex code, and there you are. It is absolutely done, but I need to steal the transparency, which is 43%. I'm sure that doesn't matter too much, but it's really nice to be able to do that when you need to. Okay, so here we're gonna add the size and style shadow. Cool. We'll make these, we'll give a visual border, change that border to white, add 10 pixels of rounded corners. Same thing here, change it to white, add 10 pixels of rounded corners. Wow, OBS is working for like 3.5 hours. That's crazy. That's really cool. I'm glad I left Streamlabs, and I probably jinxed it. It's probably gonna just crash all now or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so we want these colors here. We want this title, and we want this logo. So we're gonna copy it. We're gonna paste it here as well. And we'll move this guy a little bit off to the side, right? Okay, so here we have our data grid that we can always export to. And since this doesn't cover as much, what we can do is extend the map a little bit, but leave some room, right? There we go. We need to call this by origin. And this one too, by origin. Origin sounds a lot cooler. And you can even do some research into like the company itself and see like, you know, origin, destination, if they do like explain how it works. Maybe you can find words that they use, right? Hundreds of destinations, no, hundreds of stations. So it looks like stations is something they do. You know, use the stuff that they use. Just research it'll show lots of attention. Akazi says lurk again. Thank you so much. We're probably gonna wrap up soon, at least I hope, because again, we gotta go watch Heroes. It's important. So thanks for stopping by, Akazi. I really appreciate you being here, as well as everyone else that's here. Thank you for being here. I understand you may have many Twitch channels to choose from, including lots of Formula One's channels, which I would probably be watching instead of this. But thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you all. And I'm hoping this is useful for you. I'm hoping you're here because it's useful for you. And if you have any ideas of data you want me to explore, if you need any advice, if you need any questions answered, either put them here on the chat or contact me directly at sqldevdba.com and just fill out the contact form, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Even a whisper on Twitch is absolutely fine. All right, here's our data grid. Again, this is going to be so your boss can export it, right? And so I'm going to leave this. I'm going to make it look nice at least, right? So we're going to take this. Nope. We're going to take this guy, copy this to the data grid page. We'll do all the same stuff. This is the part that it's not as visually stunning, or sorry, not as fun. It's a bit more repetitive. This is where I add my wallpaper all over again, even though I just added it. This is where I add my canvas background. Oh, did I do that wrong? Yeah, I think I did it wrong. Yeah, this is where I make that mistake again, apparently. 43% transparency, canvas background is this white and blue. Turn the transparency all the way down. And now we have our background. And then here, we're going to want to make the table a little bit smaller. Add that shadow, because the shadow makes it look cool. And we're cool. You know, we're not spending our Sunday looking at data. We're cool. Right? Cool people look at data on Sundays. Oh, man. I'm very lucky to be passionate about what pays my bills. So I will consider that fortunate and cool. Not a lot of people can say that, and I'm very lucky. So I will take that as a win. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and add our filter. We'll make it look nice here. And then our writer type page, we're gonna use it for our logos again. Here and here. And technically you could call this something like a executive dashboard or something like that, but here I just want to go ahead and say this is the data grid. Export data grid, maybe. Export data grid. And here's where you would go in and, you know, rename these columns to something better, or you could just name them something that keep the original name as well. That's perfectly normal to do, just so they know which ones they're working with. Okay, so the data grid, I like to leave that page for last. Writer type, writer origin, bicycle type. Let's do that instead. Let's bring it by writer type, by bicycle type, and then by origin. There we go. All right, and the last thing we're going to do is create page navigation between all of the pages, because what I noticed is that when I publish these to my website, unless there's some sort of page navigation, you all have to go like down here in this menu to see the different pages. And I'd rather do something like this, where I have the summary, the detail, the maps, and the credits. So that's what we're going to do instead, and I'll show you how. It's very, very simple and quick. What I'm going to do is move this down a little bit. I'll also move this guy down slightly. There we are. And what we're going to do is add a page navigation slicer. We're going to say insert, buttons, navigator, page navigator. And you can see it's already done for us. As long as the pages that we have here are what we want, the page navigator just works. And so, Bounder Soup says, how would an exec use the report to answer questions? Would they ask you something like, if we increase the number of electric bikes available, what would our expected revenue be? Absolutely not. That's not my job. That's the executive's job. I can give them hints about what data I see. In fact, so can Power BI. If you go to the bicycle type page and you go here and say something like, I think it's get insights. I think it's only when it's published, but you can ask it for insights and it'll tell you like this Johnny 5 from Short Circuit kind of like observations. I don't know if I'm dating myself there, but basically these like very simple observations, and you can kind of use that to coax it. But that's not my job, Bounder Soup. It never has been. I know data. And what I always tell my business partners and my functional team partners in every single workplace I've had, I can never pretend to know this data better than you can. You all are the experts in finance. You all are the experts in operations, in human resources, in sales. Y'all are the experts. All I'm doing is visualizing your data for you. The decisions are up to you. It's up to me to provide you with the data that you can use to analyze for that. And that's why here, if we go back to the way ChatGPT gave us our data, it gave us justification for each one, for each request it had, right? Total rides, the total number of rides completed with a specific time frame. Let's see, it helps optimize fleet size and distribution, right? So it's giving you some justification as to why it asked for this, again, with an executive mentality. But the fact is, Bounder Soup, you don't want that burden on you. You're a data analyst or, data architect, whatever, you are, database administrator. Your job is to put this data in front of them in a way that's ingestible for them, that they can ingest it and make their decisions. And the reality is they might give you some questions to begin with. Like, all my superiors have always given me questions when they request, we want to see over time how our structure is, or which months are better than others. In that case, I would say, hey, you can just drill down into the days and you can see the months here, right? So you can use this to drill down, and you can see when your peaks are. In fact, I'm going to leave it like this because it looks a lot cooler than the standard one, right? So I'm going to leave that like this, and they can use these reports to make their decisions. Your job is only to provide them with what they can use to answer the questions. So hopefully that helps them. Hopefully the data that they see helps them identify, you know what, it looks like this was a peak period right here, 4/15. What's happening on 4/15? What's happening April 15th? I don't know what exactly it was, but what's happening at these peak periods, and do we need to supply more bicycles out during these peak periods? What's happening at these low periods? Is this periods that we can use for maintenance, for bicycle maintenance, right? All these things is something that they're going to want to look at, which reminds me, I have to look at percentage of ride ID, percentage of GT. GT is okay. I'm going to say percentage of GT here as well. Oh no, ride duration minutes. AVG, ride duration in minutes. There we go. And let's do that as well for this one. Percentage of GT. And here we'll do AVG, ride duration in minutes. So Banner Soup, I mean, you will be asked like, hey, what does this tell us? What is the message? You know, what is the story that this is trying to tell? And that's something that is common, but I try to separate myself from that as much as possible and just let them know, like, why don't you tell me? And hopefully I conveyed my data strongly enough for them to be able to decipher. I usually, when I present a report, let's put it this way, when I present a new report that I'm excited about to an executive or anyone else, I usually, you know, a director or a leader, I usually say, hey, I'm gonna put this on my screen, I'm gonna give you control of my computer, why don't you explore the report and tell me what it tells you? Because I already knew kind of what the requirements are, what they wanted out of this report. I'm just presenting it to them. And I'll usually say something like, tell me what it tells you. And that way I know what I need to fix as well. And I've been very fortunate that the folks that I work with are very engaging in that manner. Like, they will jump in, they're data hungry. You know, a lot of folks are self-proclaimed data nerds, I think is the term that a lot of folks use. And I'm happy to work with folks like that because they're just as passionate about data as I am. Maybe they may not have the same skill sets, but I'm happy to facilitate in any way I can. All right, so we have our bicycle type, we have our origin, that looks good as well. We have our data grid, and I can put here for export. Great. Oh, that's not how you spell grid or export, is it? Let's try this instead. Okay, so now we have our pages as well. And the first thing I'm going to do is change the shape and style. The shape, I'm going to change it to be a rounded rectangle. I'm going to make the corners 7% rounded. And there we are. And I don't think I can change... Oh, here we go. The state, the default state, I want it to be white. But the selected state, I want it to be a fill color that we used for the pages, like this. Is that too much? No, that's okay, I think. No, that's too much. Maybe like a darker blue, like this. Okay, that's fine. And then here, we're going to make the text black instead. So the style of text, I want it to be black. Maybe white was okay. Yeah, maybe white is okay. And then here, the border, I want to make sure the border, regardless of the state, the border is white. That work? Yeah, That works. Okay, so basically I'm just gonna copy this. Should we make it smaller or just the same size as that first one? Yeah, I think the same size. Okay, so let's move our writer types down a little bit. To do that, I'm just gonna move these down some pixels, move this down some pixels, and this guy, no, all of this down some pixels. And here I can move this title up. Does it fit? Does it fit right here? Can I make this smaller? It's not terrible. It's not terrible. Maybe like that. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay. That works. All right, so let's try that again. I'm moving all of these down some pixels, and also this down some pixels, and we're gonna paste this and move this all the way up. Ooh, we want to make sure that this does not cut off anything, so let's make sure this does it as well. Yeah, we want to make sure this doesn't cut anything off. There we go. Okay, and let's do it one more time. Oh, this one we can just paste. I think we can actually just use the one from the export here for this one instead. So let's try that. By origin. Nope, we just pasted it on the same page. That does nothing. Go back to the by origin. Paste it here. Does it look better like this or like this? I feel like I'm like a optometrist. Number 1 or number 2? Number 1 or number 2? And this is like, yeah, all I have to respond. I don't know. They both look the same. I feel like this is a trick question. By bicycle type, let's make sure all our filters are correct here. And that's it. I think we're good. So the cool thing about this navigation is I can go from page to page using this button instead. So by origin and data grid. That's a bit of a shock there to change it by type, but I think it's okay. I think it'll still work. Okay, one more page, which I completely forgot, which is the credits. Oh, it's still working. That's what I did for saving it, I guess. Let's make sure we give PowerBI the space. Always have to leave the space. All the time. All the time you have to leave the space. Okay. Man. Let's just do a credits page. I always want to do a credits page regardless. So we'll just do that very, very quickly. And delete everything else. We'll name this credits. And this is where I'll put a text box. I will say, did I put a credits page on my last report? No, I did not. I'll say created live on Twitch by SQL Dev DBA. HTTPS twitch.tv/SQL Dev DBA. HTTPS youtube.com/@SQL Dev DBA. And data source, we will give credit to the data source creator on Kaggle. So it's right here, and this was made by Damien. We'll say thanks, Damien, and put the Bikeshare data here on Kaggle. We will increase the font size right here. We'll say portfolio is available at sqldevdba.com/PowerBI demos, which I don't remember. Let's give a right here. Okay, great. And portfolio is located here. This needs to be 16 apparently as well. All right, so we are good here. Let's make sure the rest of our, let's make sure that the pages look okay. Credits, credits, credits. Yeah, everything worked out in the spacing. Even though I added a page, the spacing was still okay, so that's pretty cool. So last step is to publish. And I understand, if you may be thinking that this report does not look visually stunning compared to a lot of the stuff that you see out there, but the reality is you saw how long this took, even for this version, right? It's not amazing by any sort of standards, but those take a long time to do. So what I want you to do is pump out as many of these as possible and not worry about the crazy visuals, right? The crazy cool visuals, which channels like How to Power BI, channels like Data Pairs, they will help you absolutely with those. But just know they take a long time. I'm gonna do a shout out here and a link to at How to Power BI. Okay, I'm gonna say youtube.com/@howtopowerbi. Huge shout out to How to Power BI. Huge shout out to Data Pairs. They make the vision side of things a lot easier for us because we just get to copy off of what they do. Steve, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks so much for joining in. I really appreciate it. We are probably wrapping up here soon because we've been at this for like 4 hours, but it's great to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. What we did was we created I know you and I have had discussions before of whether we stream in English or Spanish. This is one of my English streams because I already did the stream in Spanish last week, and so this is an English version of it. But basically it is any brand new data analysts, any students that are out there and are interested in data analysis. This is a full tutorial. We did it start to finish. It took us about 4 hours, but we got it done. It's a full tutorial of how to do 5 steps, how to do this all in 5 steps. Step 1 is pick a topic that you are interested in. Not your mom, not your sister, not your friends, not your coworkers, not your fellow students, you. Why? Because you're motivated to do it and because you will probably know the data very well. Number 2. Yep, Steve-O says, for sure pick the topic you like. Absolutely. Number 2, go to kaggle.com, datagov.com. For Steve-O, I would suggest my favorite website about data in Puerto Rico. If it interests you, it is called datos.estadisticas.pr, which is this one right here. I will drop it right here, but I love using this one when I do my streams in Spanish because it's I can usually find positive data about Puerto Rico and I can use that for my streams, and I've actually used it here. This is a directory of public schools in Puerto Rico. This is a directory of airline analysis that land in San Juan. This is a healthcare facility directory. And I did all of these live on Twitch. You can see them here on my demos page, which I'll drop one more time. So yeah, all of these, and you can see that the live streams right here to YouTube videos. I love sim racing, so I did that instead for some of them. But yeah, that's step number 2, is just go find a data set that you like. Step number 3 is ask ChatGPT. Just ask BingChat or ChatGPT. I asked it, hey, you're an executive for this particular industry, the industry that I downloaded for. I put a prompt together that was like, a small paragraph and said, hey, you're an operations executive. Can you please give me some cool metrics that I can use to build a dashboard? And it pumped out a bunch of them, and it said, this is what I want to see as an executive in operations we're using a bicycle rideshare company. But I used this as sort of inspiration. Step 4 was a 2-parter. The first one was, if you're familiar with databases and you want to go that path, go ahead and upload it to a database platform like SQL Server. And so I did that here live. You can see it in the video on demand and on YouTube, how exactly I did it using SQL Server. And then the second part of step 4 is to make a Power BI report from it, but focus on the metrics. I think it was Akasi that said metrics now and shiny later, meaning Focus on just getting visuals together. Doesn't matter their color, it doesn't matter their formatting, all this stuff that you see. Focus on the metrics first. It'll be a lot easier to do that when you're not worried about how the font is or what it looks like. And then when you're done with that, that's when you focus on the visual side, just like we did right here. So you can see all the pages, the formatting is nice, the spacing is good, and it just looks a lot better visually than it did about 45 minutes ago if you're still watching. So now that we're done, we gave all the credits, we put all the credits here, and that's good to go. What we're gonna do is publish this and then move on to the optional step 6. I know I said it's five steps. I know, but if I want to get the views on YouTube, I have to do like the last one will surprise you, something like that, 5 steps and the last one's crazy. It's really not surprising at all. It's just part of the process. It's just an optional step. Is this where I'd like, do the crazy thumbnail? Do that, do every step, says Steve-O. Yeah, I will absolutely do it. Just because I like your shirt, Steve-O. It's just because don't say I don't spoil you. Don't say I don't spoil you. Okay, so Dataset demos is where we're going to push this when we do our demos. So I'll select that. Steve-O says thanks. Yeah, I'm sure it's amazing. I'm sure your shirt is really amazing. I know for a fact it is. Okay, so we're publishing our Bikeshare analysis. Now, when we publish it, it'll go up to the Power BI cloud, floating over our heads in a million pieces, is I think how the Willy Wonka quote goes. That's what happens to stuff when you push it to the cloud. It just floats above your head in a million pieces until it gets to the destination. So it's publishing this, and remember, it's publishing all the data with it. All the data is collected. It's publishing up to the cloud. So this will be available now to anyone who wants it, including my website. So what I'm going to do is the last step. As Steve-O says, we got to do every step. It's essential. So here's the report. Let's browse around, make sure things look okay, make sure I didn't misspell things like station or something like that. Here's all the stations. The map works fine. The data grid exports, because your boss is eventually going to ask you to put it in Excel, and sure, that's fine. The cool thing about Power BI is you can actually explore this data in Excel, or you can hit export and analyze in Excel. In fact, let's see if we can do that for a second. And let's browse the credits. All of our links don't work, so this one doesn't seem to work. Let's make sure it works. That one's important. We want people to get to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/SQLDevDBA. That's the one we want, SQL Dev DBA's YouTube channel. Where are we? Where are we? We are in the Power BI report. Let's do that right here, bike ride. That means we have to publish it again, but no big deal. No big deal. It won't take us very long to do. Okay, this is YouTube. Whoa. Chill out, Power BI. YouTube is available here. And why does it say 6? Really? It's like 6 notifications, I think it says. Okay. And then we'll go to twitch.tv/SQLDevDBA. Twitch.tv/SQLDevDBA. And hopefully it won't autoplay anything. Copy that and put it over here. We'll go to Twitch. There we go. And make all of this 16 because that's the right font size. Okay, great. So we're going to save this again. Go back to writer type, because whatever you publish this on, that's the page that's going to be on by default for everybody. Please make sure you do that, because that's something that catches a lot of people. Is they'll publish from a hidden page or something, and then it'll be that page that shows by default whenever you load the report. So super important. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna wait for it to load, and while that's happening, what did I say I was gonna do? I don't even remember. It's all just a blur, ladies and gentlemen. It's all just a blur. Oh, we got to check if that link to Divi works, right? That's important, I think. Is it publishing? Is it done publishing? I don't think it is. I think now it's done. I have so many windows open. Is this it? Yeah, success. Okay, great. So step 6. Man, we've been talking about step 6 for like 20 minutes now. It's not that hard. It's not that special, if I'm honest. It's just what allows you to be able to share this report with anyone. My brother usually gets these links. He's the one I share it with first. And he's a great person because he's so enthusiastic about my work, even though I'm sure it's super boring. But hey, thanks, bro. All right, embed report. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go to file and we're going to embed report. You can only do this if you have this enabled in your tenant. It is 100% free. Again, it is 100% free. When we do that, we're going to publish to web. It tells us, hey, chill out and read this. Any changes you make to this report will immediately be reflected in the published version. You may choose the publish to web functionality to share content on a publicly available website. You may not use this functionality to share content internally, including through email, your internal network, or intranet site. Please listen to me. Stop and read this. If you're about to do this with company data, stop. Just stop. Back away from the keyboard. Back away from the mouse. Go watch Heroes. Remember we were supposed to go watch Heroes like an hour ago? Go rewatch it. It's pretty good. Except for the second season or third season. Was it the third season that they went on like strike, the writers? The first season of Heroes is really good. Lots of cliffhangers and stuff. You'll be up until like 4 a.m. watching it, I promise. But please, don't publish company data unless you got access to it publicly like this. Everyone's going to have access to it. Everyone. Please. Okay. Hit continue. And then it says again, hey, stop. Do not publish confidential or proprietary information or an individual's personal data. I'm serious. If you do this and you get company leaks, don't even think about, oh, it's SQL Dev DBA. I'm telling you right now not to do this. Okay, I'm done yelling at you. You're wonderful. I promise, you're wonderful. You just don't read sometimes, and, then we're both in trouble because you didn't read. I'm telling you, just read. Or go watch Heroes. What are you still doing here? Go watch Heroes. You just don't listen. All right, so we're just going to publish. And then once we're published, we're good. Now I can just copy this link. And if anyone's in chat and wouldn't mind testing this link out right now, I would be super grateful, because it'll tell me whether or not the data works or the report published works. So if you're in chat, if you haven't chatted yet, this is your chance to, all you have to do is say it worked. It worked and it's great. Thank you so much. No, just it worked. Yes, your stream is terrible, but the link works. So thank you is all you have to say. Okay, so let's check the Divi logo, make sure that's good. I hit control, I clicked it. It looks good to me there. I control clicked on the SQL Dev DBA logo. Stevo says it works. Thank you so much, Stevo. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you. And so do my links to the Divi page and the SQL Dev DBA page. Alona says it works. Thank you so much, Alona. Really appreciate you as well. Really appreciate everyone who's here. I didn't mean what I said about you not reading. I kind of did. You don't read. And I wish you did. Okay, so here we have our report. It looks all right. It looks all right, but again, simple. Let's keep it simple. Let's do it bento style, or if you have a preferred style, that's fine too. Just stay consistent with them. Explore a little bit if you want, but again, what I want you to do is pump these out. Oh, by the way, if you tested it and it works for you, just know that you can interact with the report. This is Power BI. It still works perfectly. You can interact with it and use all the graphics to filter right on the website, right on the link. You can filter it by whatever you want, right? You can filter it by the start date of the ride. You should be able to do that. In fact, I'm gonna open the link because I forgot to do that. Oh man, it went straight to the credits. Of course it would. Of course it would. All right, let's see if we can fix that. But yeah, you can interact with this. You can change the filters of the start date. You can use these right here as filters. So if I want to see just the subscriber data, I use the just the subscriber. If I want to see one-time users here, I see one-time users. If we go to bicycle type, I can also filter the entire thing by doc type, and you'll see that the entire report changes. It's pretty cool. Try it out. Let me know if you want anything changed on it. I'm happy to change anything you would like. If you want to see something by one particular station, there you go. If you want to see something by multiple stations in an area, all you have to do, I think, is hold shift and then just drag a square over the area you want to analyze, and it'll just cover those stations, which is also pretty cool, right? If I want to see just the south area, here's all the south area stuff. So that's pretty cool. And then the data grid, again, if you want to export this, if you're an executive watching this, I know you're just dying to export this to Excel. So here we are. You can export it to Excel as well. Okay, let me just quickly edit this and make sure that I'm defaulting to the writer type page, and go to reading view, and now it's deployed again. And I think I already embedded it, so hopefully when I copy this link, default page needs to be by writer type. That's how we do it. If you change the options below, make sure you copy the element. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna copy this and see if that works better. There we go. This is the link I'm gonna share. Okay, so that link should load this page only. This is the link I'm gonna keep and share with all my friends and family who must be tired of having me share links with them all the time to reports, but they're great and I really appreciate them always supporting me and the stuff I do, just like you. Really appreciate you. I think we're done, right? We did all the steps. Again, find a data set you like. I forgot step 2. Find a data set you like, or no, find a topic you like. Find a data set on Kaggle or any other website. Number 3 is ask ChatGPT or BingChat or Claude or whatever large language model you prefer to act like an executive and give you inspiration and ideas for KPIs and metrics that you want to see based on that industry, because they're an executive, then they want to make decisions. Step 3, or that was step 3. Step 4, load the data into SQL Server, or just go straight to Power BI. You don't need to demonstrate any skills in SQL Server. The end result is this dashboard, and that's what I, as a hiring manager, am interested in. SQL is boring. I don't want to read your SQL. I don't want to read 6,000 lines of GitHub stored procedures. I'm telling you this because I'm your friend and I like you. As an interviewer, as a manager, I do not want to see your GitHub code. I hate even seeing my own code, and I get paid to write it. What you want to do is something visual, something that I can take next door or to my boss and say, hey, look at the cool stuff that this person makes, and they'll be interested in it too. Pretty much everyone can make sense of a dashboard. Only a few people can make sense of code. Just remember that. Eventually I may ask you for this. Hey, this is really interesting. I like how you got the distance in these calculations. Can you walk me through what you decided? And I'll go, yeah, sure. Check out my blog post. Here's all the code that I used. It's for Power BI and for SQL Server. And that's how we can carry the conversation. I want to see your portfolios. I want to see what you're capable of. I want to see what you're interested in. I like you as a person, and I appreciate the stuff you're interested in. If you want to use it as an opportunity to basically pitch an idea to a company like we did for Divi, that's an opportunity there as well if you want to focus on that topic. Step 4, start the Power BI report, focus on the visuals. Step 5, focus on the visuals. Don't your data metrics and all that stuff is done. Focus on the visuals instead. Take an hour, take 2 hours. We took 4. It's really up to you. And step 6, publish the report to web, put it on your portfolio. That link, that you can put it to GitHub and send me to GitHub, and I'll gladly take a look at them as a hiring manager again. But I'm really not that interested in your stored procedures. I write enough of them on my own. I don't want to see more. So thank you to everyone who stopped by. Thank you to everyone who was chatting in the chat. Really appreciate all of your insights, just your highs and your support. Thanks for everyone who has followed me so far, both on Twitch and YouTube. We did hit the criteria for affiliate. I have chosen not to go the affiliate route, at least not yet. I don't want this to be full of ads or anything like that, and I just want to provide a better quality stream before I'm able to grab affiliate. So, but thank you all, regardless, for all your support in being able to reach that. It's a huge milestone for me, and I'm really excited about it. But hopefully I can improve some things, get a schedule going, and then we can work on monetizing or anything like that. But for now, I just want to do the best I can to help you out. It's really about helping you get a job, helping you succeed in your scholastic career if that's what you need. So if you have any tips, if you have any requests of data you want to see or different ideas, feel free to bounce them my way. I'll gladly review and see if we can work something out. All right, so I think it might be time for, I think there's enough of us in here to do a cheeky raid. So let's see if there's anyone on Twitch that we can raid. Okay, so I want to do a raid on Cursos de Desarrollo because it'll be the first time I get to raid him. So apologies to anyone, but he does stream in Spanish, but he offers basically a full list of courses that you can use for programming. He's a fantastic streamer, so I'm gonna pop in, say hi, raid with whoever I can raid, and I will see you next time. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you all, and I'm gonna go say hi to, or we could go say hi to Cursos de Desarrollo. Thanks everyone. I will see you next time. Thanks so much. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate Irikoi. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate everyone here. Elona, thank you so much as well. Thank you, Stevo. Thank you, Akasi. Thank you, Balliner Soup. Thanks to everyone for being here. I'll see you next time.
Driving me into burning temptation, the need for a